Alright. Let's see if there's a spot we can go. Oh man. There's stuff outside. I think I found a party already. We just need our last person. Frankenroyd, hello. Welcome to the stream. One second. Okay. So we're just waiting on a priest now. 방송 편안해서 좋다. 감사합니다. Which job will you play when the official classic releases? I'm thinking of playing a crossbowman, but it's really gonna depend on what my friends play. Because my friends are gonna be all new to the game, I want to make sure they get first picks on what they want to play. And, you know, I'll probably play something that revolves around them. So if one of my friends find the crossbowman pretty cool, and you know, they're not gonna know too much other than probably how the weapon looks or how their class distinguished armor looks, or just whatever they think of them when they hear the name crossbow or assassin or wizard. So I'm just gonna fill in and play whatever they don't. A lot of them will just play damage, I assume. I don't really have any friends that really strongly identify with. Oh man, dang it. Okay, the game kicked me off. So most likely a crossbowman, if I can. What about you? What job will you play? 형 되게 따뜻한 사람이다. 왜 그런 말을 하세요? 제가 어떻게 따뜻한 사람이죠? 친구들을 위하는 마음이 있어서 그런가? 같이 하면 재밌잖아요, 원래 게임이란 게. 게임이라는 게 원래 같이 하면 더 재밌어요. 오늘은 그냥 솔플 사냥이나 해볼까? 일단 파티 들어갔으니까 안 가면 실례죠. 프리스트 구했네. 자, 오늘도 1시간 달려봅시다. Let's go. 1 hour. No, this place is just, I don't know. I feel like I'll be coming here all the way until 1:20. Feels like home. Yeah, because you respect your friends' choices above all else. Yeah, I well, yes, I do. I do care about my friends' decisions and what they're going to play, you know? I want them to have a good time because honestly, the most enjoyment I'll get out of that game will be playing with my friends and watching my friends play for the first time and getting that secondhand experience all over again. 저도 껴주세요. 나중에 같이 클래식 하면은 그때 같이 해요. If you're in classic server, yeah, we can definitely play. 휴게소다 파이팅. 휴게소 길드원이신가 보네요. 파이팅. Do you think they will enjoy it? I think so. Because right now there isn't a game that's like really thriving in the MMO market. I mean, a lot of people are still playing retail WoW, and I think it's because they have no other choice. And a lot of players are playing old school RuneScape. And few of my friends like to play old school RuneScape, so you know, I think they're gonna be somewhat their shock factor to the grind, how grindy this game can be, isn't gonna be as strong to like other friends that don't play OSRS. So give me a second, let me get a cough drop. I can't talk without cough drops without coughing. So as I was saying, I think my friends will enjoy it because the level of progression doesn't get too steep and hard. Like after Looty Party Quest and you hit level 50, I feel like that's like the first hurdle. From 50 to 70 is what people will have, like that hurdle. Because I imagine us having fun when we do our first job advancement. Everybody has a different spell. There's some identity to your class that you picked. If you picked a bowman, you get the arrow blow. And now everybody's like wearing their class distinguished weapon. Crossbow, bow, dagger, sword, whatever it is, right? And everybody gets a little bit of a like identity and uniqueness to them. So that's gonna be fun when they get first job advancement. Then we'll all grind together in the midst of the fun up to level 21, probably looking towards level 21 because that's gonna be our first goal to achieve, to do the Kerning City Party Quest. So we'll get lost in that, just having fun, doing quests. I know a lot of these guys will do quests. They're not gonna just sit there and grind at Genesis Training Ground 1. A lot of my friends are gonna wanna do quests because they think it's gonna be too boring to just sit there, which is fine. We can do quests. I enjoy doing quests too. And then we'll get to level 21 and I'll introduce them to Kerning Party Quest. which will introduce them to the first, boss in the game, which is the Slime King. And that's gonna be fun in itself because we're all gonna go at low level, and it's gonna be a first challenge that my friends face. And I think it's gonna be fun to overcome that. And then I'll tell them about second job advancement, how you can learn cool spells at level 30. And that's gonna get us to level 40. Some people take longer than others, some people might quit, but there's gonna be a select few that still play. Enough for me to do Looty Party Quest with. And once Looty Party Quest starts, it's a grind of its own, but I'm sure we'll start doing the party quest and quests around Looty Brium. A lot of my friends are quest nerds, so. 조니 형 독감 후유증 있으신가 봐요. 네, 독감이 걸리고 지금 꼭 장기침을 하고 있어요. 후유증 때문에. I wonder how early they will include Looty. Yeah, you're right, actually. They might not introduce Looty right away. They didn't with Maple Land, actually. So with Maple Land, they only had the regular with Alinea, Perion, Kerning City, that continent for a long time. And then they released Orbis and Elnath. So you're right, actually. But my friends, they're not gonna be like us. Meaning, my friends are gonna be very new to the game, and they're not gonna understand that going to Anthill at level 23 is the most efficient way to level. They're just gonna wander around doing quests if I'm not there to hold their hand. And honestly, I think that's for the better. Let them figure out the game on their own, kind of go through what the game offers them, and enjoy the game to the fullest. Now, if I'm there, I plan on just kind of showing them alternative routes if needed. If they're already enjoying the game, there's no need for me to really come in and input anything. You know what I mean? It just steals away from their experience. And I'm almost like imposing my way of playing into these guys. That's one thing I will say I don't like when I play video games. And I play video games with someone that's really, like, in their own way, they mean in good faith. They're trying to be helpful. They're trying to tell me how to play the game the most optimal way. Hey, don't forget, when you leave the tutorial island, make a left, turn around, do a 360, do a quick scope, and you'll open this chest, which has the best item for the beginner level. I mean, I understand you're trying to help me, and you're trying to be a good friend, but let me figure that out on my own. I probably will never figure that sequence of moves out in order to unlock a chest. It sounds more like a manipulation than a cool discovery, but let me figure it out on my own. One thing, it happened a lot when I used to play Elden Ring. When I played Elden Ring, my friends were just next to me in Discord. Some of them will just literally guide you on how to play the game while they're watching you play. Make sure you'd roll here. Oh yeah, you gotta roll here. You gotta dodge there. Oh yeah, you should use a spear here or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? Just a little too much. I don't want to be that. I've experienced that and I don't want to be that. Are you gonna practice in beta test this month or later? I don't think so, because I don't live in California and I'm too far away. I don't think I can go. But I'm excited to see everything that comes out, all the content that comes out with it. So that's gonna be fun. What new information do you guys think will release? I feel like a lot of new information is going to release. And towards the end, potentially even a release date for Classic. Definitely a lot of new info on the skill changes. Yeah. You know, I think I'm gonna look some up on YouTube if there's any new news that came out. And like I'm just gonna quickly search on YouTube to see if there's any information that's been out. I don't think so. I think it's relatively still the same. 안녕하세요. 어서 오세요. Welcome to the stream. 제네시스 30 뚫으셨다. 와, 축하합니다. 이제 검은 켄타우로스 다 죽었다. 제네시스 30이면 검켄이 원콤이 나나요? 제네 30이시면 레벨이 꽤 높으실 텐데. If information about the 4th job advancement comes out this time, wouldn't it be possible to expect an earlier release date maybe? No, they could surprise us. They could hit us with that left hook and tell us the release date, and it's a lot sooner than we anticipated, you know? Like I said, I'm expecting it to come out during the summer break. The fact that they're taking this beta test server open or like event from January to February, if there's no left hook or surprises, I feel like this timeline kind of lines up for it to release during summer break. But if they could throw everything up in the air and you know, just really surprise us and hit us with that, hey, it's releasing next week towards the end of the event. But I don't know. I feel like it's wiser for Nexon to release the game during summer break when kids are on break and will actually play video games or have a higher chance of playing video games. They won't be going to school. But we'll see. I'm excited, man. Like, I'm excited to see what they got to show us. I want to see. I'm excited to play. I think all my friends are really excited to play, so. Once I find out the release date, I'm going to text all my friends and say, hey, this date, request time off. Try to get off this date. And then maybe that day I'll stream, probably I won't. I feel like it would be good content, but I'm just worried what my friends would say. Hey Gremlin, what's going on, man? 20도 원콤은 나긴 하는데 물약값이 덜 든다. 아, 그렇구나. 얘네가 30으로 올라갈수록 물약값이 덜 드는군요. 난 더 많이 들 줄 알았는데. But yeah, I'm gonna text all my buddies and be like, hey, make sure you request this day off, because, you know, it's coming now and everybody has to play together in order for everybody to have fun. I'm telling you, don't want to miss out. Surprisingly, like, my buddy said he's really looking forward to playing this game. And he's played, like, he's like a WoW guy, an old school RuneScape guy. So it kind of shocked me and surprised me a little bit that when he said he's like really looking forward to playing this, and he was asking me about the release date. I have a theory. I think they might release Classic on May 11th. Why May 11th? Let's hear your theory. 불화둥은 안 가시나요? 프리스트 구하기도 힘들고 자리 사기 귀찮아서 안 가고 있어요. That was when GMS released on 11th of May to celebrate that day, commemorate that day. Okay. I mean, that's a pretty good theory. It's like right around summer break too. Just might. That's a good theory, actually. Because they're, you know, what other special dates do they have around that time? They would have to come up with an arbitrary date and say, oh, summer break. Maybe like, I don't know, June 15th or something. But it's just an arbitrary date. It's better to just do it on a date where there's some meaning behind it, like May 11th. May 11th sounds good. A lot of schools go on break a little earlier than others. So some school go on break towards end of May, some go on towards beginning. They're doing this playtest event for a long time, huh? They're going from all the way from January to February. And it's not even like early February. I think it's to mid-February. Like from late January to mid-February, or it's mid-January to early February. I can't remember, but still, it's more than a few days. It's almost a week, if not 2 weeks. A long time. Like, what could you play test for 2 weeks? If you sit me in front of a computer for 2 weeks playing Classic Maplestory, I'd be like level 50. I really could get to 50. (5월 11일이) GMS가 출시된 날이라고 해요. 2005년에. I wish it was online better instead of going on in person. 메이플 최초 출시일이랑 맞추면 진짜 낭만 있긴 하겠어요. 맞아요. 낭만이 있을 거예요. 그러면 그냥 아무 날짜를 넣는 것보다 의미 없는, 약간 유의미하게 출시일과 맞춰가지고 출시하면 낭만 있죠. 안녕하십니까. 어서오세요. 방금 용 진짜 멋있었다. 지나가는 거. 그쵸? 버그였는데 진짜 멋있었어. That Bahamut flying across the screen, it was a bug, but that looked so cool. It looked like a live Bahamut. Just, hey, passing by. Hello. You know, because this is a dragon's village, so you should be seeing like dragons flying in the back. That would be cool. But look at this game, man. It's so dated. Look at the background, bro. You got pixelated clouds. I mean, yes, it's chill, but they should have added like little dragons flying back there, wyverns or something. That'd be so cool. 이게 본캐신가요? 네, 본캐입니다. 안녕하세요. 어서 오세요. It's Jan 15th through February 13th, if you were wondering. Oh, okay, yeah, that's like almost 4 weeks. It's good. I like it. Yeah, no, this is better. Yeah, I don't need to go to Starbucks anymore. Oh, you did it. Yeah, 4 weeks. That's a long time. Maybe they'll show off a new party quest. Hope. That'd be so cool if they had a new party quest, dude. Like, I love party quests. Yeah, I'm excited to see what they'll show us. They should have just done it digital. You know, I heard MapleCon in September was a disaster. I heard people's reviews and stuff that it didn't go well. And you know, with a whole lot of controversy lately with events happening in person and stuff, like TwitchCon and all that drama, I think it's just safer to just go digital. Like, make the tickets cheaper because you didn't put as much of money into it. Just make a really cool digital experience. 혹시 의자 팔걸이 쓰시나요? 네, 의자 팔걸이. 팔걸이 여기 있습니다. 야식 추천이요. 치킨 라면 추천드립니다. 팔걸이를 쓰는 게 좋은 건가요? 게임할 때? 팔걸이를 쓰면 좋은 것보다 일단 편하죠. 팔을 쉬면서 게임할 수 있으니까. 좋은 것까지는 모르겠네요, 제가. 내가 여기를 77% 왔나? 팔걸이를 쓰면 뭔가 압박되는 느낌이 든다. 그럼 안 쓰시면 돼요. 그럼 안 쓰시면 됩니다. 압박감을 받으면. 형 지금 용기사도 되게 귀엽지만 나중에 정식 출시 때 캐릭터는 코디 해주실 거죠? 이제 북미에서 정식 출시되면 북미 거는 하겠죠? 좀 예쁘게. 이 캐릭터도 할 의향은 있어요. 할 마음은. 아직까지 안 한 것 뿐이지 나중에 이제 나중에 기회가 된다면 코디할 겁니다. 뭔 소리지? 아까 야스라지? 77%대 맞아. 이제 85% 30분 정도 했는데 80 그러면 한 7%, 8% 정도 올랐으니까 1시간에 16% 정도 먹는다 보면 되겠네요. 나쁘지 않은데요? 레벨 111에 1시간에 16% 먹으면 나쁘지 않은 거거든요. 그리고 지금 보니까 프리스트 구하기가 굉장히 힘든 것 같던데, 블루와이버. 제가 볼 때는 뭐 플랑크님이나 나중에 많이 업하셔서 절 따라오시면 그때나 불과 갈만할 것 같지. 지금 방송하면서 블루와이번 파티 구하는 거 굉장히 오래 걸릴 것 같은데, 그것보다 그냥 숲갈 들어와서 사냥하는 게 좋은 것 같아요. 빨리빨리 파티도 찾아지고 빨리빨리 사냥할 수 있고, 내가 그렇게 열심히 하지 않아도 되고, 파티가 다 이제 주로 1층에서 하시는 분들이 파티장을 잡고 조인을 하시니까. 퀘스트가 들어왔네. 아, 이거 새해 운즈구나. 해놔야 되겠다. You know what I watched on Netflix last night that was really cool? Hold on, let me get a cough drop. I don't know when this will stop. When am I gonna be able to talk without coughing my lungs out? I was watching Netflix last night, and I heard about this guy from my wife called. It's about a guy doing free solo, and he has to climb these mountains, or he basically does rock climbing on big mountains on national parks, but he does it without the rope, without any safety gear. So that's why it's called free solo. Because he's one of the few guys that are willing to attempt climbing the side of national parks and big mountains without any safety gear, and he just relies on his hands and his feet. And the documentary goes through like him telling his story and why he does the things he do, and you know, he also talks about like how punishing it is. Like, you can't make a mistake while doing it because you slip, then you fall and you die. And so, you know, he talks about like why he does it after all the thought and all the fear. And he's like, I think in the documentary he's trying to attempt something that he's always been too scared to attempt, and it's building up to that moment. I didn't watch the ending because we came upstairs, but it's building up to this point where he's about to push himself to go do something that he's been too scared to do for 10 years. And I believe it's attempting that mountain, or I forgot what the mountain's called, El Cap, I think. El Cap mountain without any rope or safety gear. And it's so crazy to see that he's on a side of a cliff that's hundreds of meters high. If he falls, yeah, he's gonna pop like a Pop-Tart or like a soggy tomato. And he's just up there on the edge, on the ridge, like literally holding onto little dents in the mountain, and he's climbing the mountain. He manipulates and takes advantage of every little crevice and every little denture in the rock and every little grip that he can get his hands into. And it's just amazing to see him hold himself up there. And these courses that he goes on those rocks, they're rough terrains, rigid, and all of that. 마인탕님 안녕하세요. 어서 오세요. 빌드 쿰에서 뭐 좋은 거 좀 드셨나요? 클립은 떴나요 혹시? 거지. 아, 까비. 쿰이 최고로 좋은 거 드롭되는 게 크리븐인가요? 피나카인가? 피나카 크리븐? It's like those YouTubers who did climb the highest towers. I remember there was one in China, I think a female. Yeah. There's people that do like parkour off of huge buildings. And she fell to her death because the weather went wrong. Was live on TV. Really? That's crazy. You know the guy that I'm talking about, I think his name's Alex. You should look up like free solo and you'll see the guy. But he's, you know, he's supposedly going live in Taiwan or something, or Thailand. He's going live and he's gonna try to free solo one of the mountains there, like relatively here shortly. That's crazy that people, you know, like I respect it in a way, but I don't understand it in other ways. Like it's because I can't see myself doing stuff like that, bro. So scary. Netflix has been really outdoing themselves with these production quality though. Like that documentary was really good quality. They were getting really good visuals with the shots and the way they explained it with the animation and stuff. They did a really good job. Netflix has been really popping off with Squid Games, K-pop Demon Hunters. What else was really big in Netflix? Netflix has just been killing it. I mean, there's really no competition. Oh, Physical 100 was another smash. And then for ladies, a lot of women love Love is Blind and stuff. I know all my wife and her friends just watch that stuff, and that's their talking point, their gossip point. 플린트님이랑 토요일날 블루와이번 한번 오시죠. 플랑크님이 레벨이 안 되실 거예요 아마. 제가 알기론 한 96 정도 돼야 하지 않나? 플랑크님이 지금 한 94? 그럴 거예요 아마. 토요일쯤엔 될라나? 플랑크님이 요즘 뭐 내가 접속할 때 안 계신 건지 잠수신 건지 아니면 바빠서 요즘 안 하시는 건지 인사를 해도 답이 안 오더라고요 플랑크님이. 안녕하세요. 어서오세요. (16부터) 된다. 프랑크님이 90, 제가 마지막으로 봤을 때 92였거든요. 그게 이틀 전인가 그래가지고 며칠 사이에 엄청 세졌다고요? 에? 그래요? 천천히 올리는 느낌인데 지금 남둥 쩔을 해주고 계셔서 시청자 한 분이 그것 때문에 엄청 잘 오르고 있기는 해요. 거의 하루에 한 번은 경험치 80%에서 100% 뭐 경험치 쿠폰 다 쓰면 그 정도로 들어오니까 프랑크님 한 레벨 100 정도는 되셔야 오지 않을까 해요. 그래서 지금 경험치 쿠폰은 들어오는 대로 다 태우고 있습니다. 빨리 사차하고 싶은 마음이 큰데 이제 112가 되고 뭐 나중에 또 1시간 남둥 가서 시간 보내면 113. 아직까지는 그렇게 가깝게 느껴지진 않네요. 어차피 조니님 하이퍼바디 있어서 죽지는 않을 거예요. 아 저요? 저는 안 죽죠. 남둥이든 블루와이번이든 안 죽는데 일단 적자가 너무 심하죠. 힐이 없으면. 지금 지난 3, 4일 동안 남둥 가서 1시간 쩔 받으려고 쭈쭈바를 엄청 사가거든요. 1200개씩 한 타임당. 그게 지금 적자가 엄청 심합니다. 아 플랑크님이요? 아니 근데 플랑크님이 약간 컨트롤을 좀 못하시는 편이기는 해요. 저랑 전장을 가셨는데 뻥을 들이면 두방 컷이 나는 상황이었어요. 검캔한테. 근데 그 전장 U3은 두더지가 없어서 내가 뻥으로 두방 컷 나면 어차피 힐만 쓰시는 거 힐 컨트롤 하시면서 그냥 힐만 써라. 두더지도 없으니까. 그럼 안 죽을 수 있을 거다 라고 했는데 5분 만에 2번 죽으셔서 바로 가드 키고 진행했거든요. 그래서 이게 플랑크님이 처음 가보시는 곳이면 약간 적응의 타임이 필요하신 것 같아요. 제가 볼 때. 그래서 뻥을 죽어도 블루와이번한테 2방 컷 난다 해도 가드는 무조건 키고 컨트롤 할 게 없다. 컨트롤 할 거 있습니다. 프랑크님 약간 숙련이 필요하셔서 한번 배우시면 진짜 잘하시는데 제가 어디서부터 같이 파사를 했지? 파사를 어디서부터 같이 했지? 여기가 처음인가? 하여튼 제가 지켜본 결과 프랑크님은 약간의 숙련의 시간이 필요해요. 그래서 가득 키고 좀 배우고 하면은 지금 숟갈도 굉장히 잘하시거든요 이제. 튕긴 거구나 저게. 저격수 형이 레벨 88밖에 안 돼서 좀 힘들긴 할 텐데 저기 위에. 다시 들어오실라나? 허밋 형. 위에 그 저격수님이 굉장히 힘들 텐데 이러면. 레벨도 그렇게 높으신 편이 아니라 3층을 혼자 미는 게 저격수로 엄청 잘 믿고 있긴 하거든요. 지금 잘 밀고 있기는 해요. 재밌겠다. 나 지금 저 저격수가 제일 재밌어 보여요. 지금 파티를 혼자 캐리하는 레벨 88 저격수로 파티를 캐리하고 있어요. 3층을 혼자 밀고 계셔. 와우, 독수리 써가면서 그냥 아이스샷으로 얼리고 하프 데미지 뻥 받은 스트레이프에 숫갈은 적자 안 나냐고요? 여긴 절대 적자 안 나요. 여기는 오면은 흑자. 여기 와서 득템을 한 게 이거 하나하고 순매소 들어오는 것만으로도 쩔비 커버되고, 그리고 물약도 별로 안 쓰기 때문에 장비템 하나만 먹어도 이미 그 신비는 커버가 돼가지고, 그러다가 여기서 이제 뭐 주문서 뜨거나 아니면 블러드 대거가 몇 상업 정도만 떠도 돈이 많이 되기 때문에 여긴 참 좋은 것 같아요. 그리고 여기 사냥하는 게 편해요. 마음도 편하고 힐케어 받고 그냥 편하게 사냥하니까. 약간 어느 신전에 온 듯한, 양들의 신전. 평온함이 울려 퍼지는 양들의 죽음 소리. 시간의 신전과 좀 잘 어울리죠. 시간의 신전의 노래와 양들의 학살의 양들의 울음소리. 나중에 계속 듣고 있을 텐데 저거. 그쵸, 이제 곧 그 시기가 다가오죠, 마인탕님. 근데 이거보다 깔끔할 거예요. 이거는 약간 피아노 버전이고, 제가 알기론 메이플 스토리 브금의 시간의 신전은 약간 코인종 같은 벨 같은 소리인데 아주 깔끔하고 좋아요. 원곡이요? 아니요. 원곡 좋죠. 보자. 시간의 신전 메이플 브금. 나와라. 노래 왜 안 나오지? 나온다. 깔끔하네요. Johnny, what do you think about Party Quest? For example, what could be improved? Sure, I love to talk about that. I think Party Quest in general are a good idea pushed by the developers. So let's set that as a foundation. I think it was one of the best things that could have happened in the video game in Maplestory. The whole idea of bringing people together with their class identities to solve a puzzle together to beat a boss and get a reward. It seems like a dungeon type of, like a dungeon-esque type of approach in the MMO genre. So imagine thinking of any other MMO. You have an instance-based or a dungeon-based thing that you can go in together as a party, clear the dungeon, or clear that instance and beat a boss and get a reward, right? It's pretty identical, almost one-to-one if not really close to it. And that whole approach always works well with me because it forces people to play together. Now, if I have to make any suggestions, it would be that I would say I hope they bring in Ludi May's party quest, because in KMS they don't have that party quest, and I don't know if they will bring it, if they're going to implement it into Classic Maplestory or not. If I had to pick a party quest that in my book was like a 10 out of 10 party quest, it would be the Romeo and Juliet party quest. I think having 6 people being needed is cool, and you know, having 4 people in a party is really cool. It just, sometimes it's hard to fill in the 6, so the availability could be, it takes a little bit more work to get a party going and find people to do it, rather than, like, let's say you have a four-man party, just like Carning Party Quest or Romeo and Juliet. And and like I said, I think Romeo and Juliet Party Quest PQ is the best one in my opinion, because in that 4-man composition, you need a thief for haste. It's the first time a party quest demanded an Ice Lightning Mage or someone with CC. It was the first time. Prior to that, it was usually you needed mages for teleport or thieves for dark sight, and usually in Kerning Party Quest you needed a mage for the damage or whatever, right? But it's the first time they brought in an element of CC in Romeo PQ, in Romeo and Juliet PQ. So there was specific needs for marksmen who could freeze enemies, Ice Lightning Mages who could freeze enemies, or if you had nobody to go with, you just took whoever had CC, which was, sometimes I remember going with a ranger, and he used power knockback to knock the droids back and keep them away from the NPC. So I like that it requires you to have, it was the first party quest that had a requirement that needed to be met by a refreshing requirement that was needed. You know what I mean? Prior to Romeo and Juliet party quest, you needed a assassin all the time simply for the haste, so they were always needed. But it wasn't like the party quest telling you, hey, we need an assassin, unless you needed dark sight. But it was cool to have a Romeo and Juliet party quest that the map itself, the developer told you need to have an Ice Lightning Mage or someone with CC, or you're not going to be able to save your NPC, right? And then you needed a mage in that party quest because you needed teleport. That's a pretty common way to incorporate the need for mages, is just what stands out with mages, their teleport. And then you needed, if you could get a cleric, that was always nice, right? But clerics won't be as needed, especially as the game grows and goes and more meso is being farmed from mobs, and you know, people become abundant. They're just going to be okay using potions, but in the beginning that boss hits extremely hard. So having a cleric, you're gonna die in 2 hits if you're like a ranger or a hermit. So having either a hyper body warrior or a cleric in your party always helped. And Romeo and Juliet party quest, with the 4-man requirement that it had, I think it did really well, making sure that it incorporates a lot of different classes who weren't needed, let's say, necessarily in Ludi party quest and prior. Like warriors always had a spot in Monster Carnival. That's granted, that's if Monster Carnival comes out. But Monster Carnival was the place where warriors were at, and they would just grind there. They were like the kings in field 3 and 4, killing the horses. So if anything, you know, I love the whole party quest system. I wish they would add more of it, especially for later games, like late game, plus level 85. Here in Mapleland, you can do Romeo and Juliet party quests until you're level 100. That wasn't the case when it originally released. It was, I believe, from 70 to 85. 85 was the max level you could go. But they changed it up here so you can go until level 100. And I think that's a fix. That's a it's an okay fix where higher levels can participate in party quests, but I would just ask that they release a new party quest. Why not release one in Liefre? Or what's the next level zone? If Ariant and that continent can sustain you until 85, where do you go after 85? It's usually Liefre. But maybe create a party quest here from like level 100 to 120. It would allow players to get through that hard, like those last 20 levels before you hit level 120 seems it can be very dreading, you know, and it's very daunting to know that you have 20 more levels to go after you hit a milestone, a huge milestone of 100. You just know, okay, it was another level, not much has changed, I have 20 more levels to go. It can be very daunting. Does it scale with level if it's all the way to 100? I don't think so. Give me 1 second. It doesn't scale, but I'll explain what it does do. Okay, so it doesn't scale, but I think there's like a daily limit for party quest here in Mapleland. They have it for the carnival too, Monster Carnival, where you can only do limited amount of runs in a day for everything. Romeo and Juliet party quest too, I think you can do like 10 or 20. And it's either they reduce the experience points given or they don't give a reward. And I'm not exactly sure why they do that. I think from what I heard, they started implementing that because people would just keep dying and they would master the run and try to do it in the shortest amount of time possible and just try to collect the reward. They did that in Kerning Party Quest. I know some people, while I was running through Kerning Party Quest in my bandit, I would run into people who was just stuck at level 30 and they'd be like, hold on, I'm gonna go die real quick, reduce my EXP so I can keep doing it, because Kerning Party Quest usually takes about 8 to 10 minutes to complete in a party that knows what they're doing. And one of the rewards is a really expensive scroll. It's an overall dex 10% scroll that goes for, I believe, like 4 or 5 mil in this server. And Kerning Party Quest has one of the smallest reward pool. So there's scrolls that you can get from that party quest. Everything else is pretty much garbage, but that overall dex 10% is really expensive and valuable. So what people do is they just keep dying. They were manipulating the system. So they implemented a thing where you can only get rewards for 10 turns or 20 turns. And after that, you don't get any rewards. And I think they did the same thing with Romeo Party Quest, with Romeo and Juliet. If there's a party. VPN 킵니다. I'm turning on my VPN. It might disconnect. Okay, let's see. W69. 69 is right here. 지금 외국이신가요? 네, 외국입니다. 레시에 자리가 있나 한번 봐야 되겠다. 사람들 모집할 때까지 좀 기다리면서 사냥이나 할게요. 할 것도 없는데. 오케이, 오픈 채널. 님 근데 한국어 왜 이렇게 잘하셔요? 제가 한국인이라서 그래요. 한국에서 태어났고요. 미국으로 이민 오게 된 한국 미국 혼혈 사람입니다. 경기도 하남시에서 태어난 한국인이에요. 중학교까지 중학교까지 한국에서 다니다가 미국에서 고등학교 나온 그냥 짬뽕이라고 보시면 돼요. 짬뽕. 사람이 많이 안 구해지나 보네. 저는 세곡동 사는데 하남 가까운데. 아 그래요? 세곡동은 또 처음 들어보네요. 하남시에 산지는 굉장히 오래돼가지고 제가 이번에 한국 나갔을 때 하남시를 한번 둘러보고 왔거든요. 하남시와 연이 굉장히 깊기 때문에 하남시 가가지고 하남시 한번 둘러보고 왔는데 엄청 많이 변한 것 같지만 그대로긴 하더라고요. 뭔가 신기해요 진짜. 옛날에 살던 이런 동네나 마을들을 가보면 아 정말 생각하면 생각할수록 신기합니다. 제가 가끔 어느 생각하는지 아세요 여러분? 아니 인생도 참 짬뽕이고 인종도 짬뽕이고 다 짬뽕인데 어떻게 운이 좋게 하남시에 태어났는지. 그게 하남시하고 북한하고 국경이 굉장히 짧은 거 아시죠? 서울 시내랑. 그러니까 그게 지구 전체적으로 봤을 땐 누가 이렇게 핀을 떨어뜨렸다 해도 그게 북한에 딱 내가 태어난 곳 위치를 정한다고 가정했을 때 신이 핀 같은 거를 딱 떨어뜨렸을 때 한국에 떨어지느냐 북한에 떨어지느냐 진짜 눈꼽만큼의 차이거든요. 근데 생각해보면 진짜 어떻게 한국이라는 나라의 하남시에 태어나가지고 내가 지금 미국에서 생활을 하고 있다는 게 정말 운명의 장난 같고 참 고마워해야 할 일인 것 같고 그래요. That actually very good solution to expand the party quest level viability. It also pulls out people to different stuff instead of party quests for 15 levels. Oh, 10 PQ a day is enough probably. Yeah, I see what you're saying now. I think they implemented the daily limit so people weren't trying to like make, instead of doing party quests for how they intended, which was to enjoy the game and get decent amount of EXP, people started finding ways to manipulate it. That's why they had to implement it, because it was affecting the game economy essentially. I'm really curious to see if the community of Classic Maplestory will band together and start implementing ways to play together, or they'll just by default start playing the game as they always have, which is solo grinding. But I feel like a lot of people are going to be more aware now because they're older, and they're gonna have had this time for exposure to Korean Maplestory from content creators like myself and other bigger content creators. And you know, with YouTube now, you can really stream. You have the opportunity to witness how other regions play the game, and maybe they'll understand that. Maybe the community as a whole, when they come play Classic, they'll understand that they need to party. It's more efficient to party grind than just go off and solo grind everything. Thank you. I wonder if I can like play Maplestory but do another content on the side. You know, it's like people actually do in real life. They'll play a video game and they'll listen to something, a podcast or whatever. I wonder if I can give my reaction or commentary to things while I play. And play something small on the screen. That'd be dope, right? Like, you have two things that you can watch. You can watch me killing these rash furballs while I'm farming, and listen to me give commentary on other people's analysis of Classic Maplestory, or it doesn't even have to be Maplestory. It could be something else. There's no party. Nobody wants to party right now. I wonder where I could like place the TV. Maybe in the direction that I'm looking at, like right there. Right. Here. You know, pull up a little browser or something. I'm just trying to be careful what I do want to watch on stream. or what I do want to listen to on stream. Maybe I'll do it actually. You know what? I mean, people do it all the time, right? Like, I see bigger streamers doing it. They watch other content and they react to it. They give their own commentary. That's fair use, right? Let me see. Here.
Welcome, curious minds.
There we go. This. Not right. Okay, that's not right. Source? Yes. Oh no, it's not. Gosh dang it. Give me a second. Here we go. This. Something like that. Oh shoot, I have to keep this up? Keep this up. This. Get bigger. That. Reduce it. Wait, what the? My goodness, no way. They want me to do. There's gotta be an easier way to do this. They capture? Window capture is the way. What that? I need another monitor. Okay. So now this is a video by Kidor, and she does a deep dive into Maplestory Classic World class balance. Take a look and action.
To another deep dive.
Hey, everybody.
Going back into I spent maybe too much time in Maplestory, the classic version.
Oh, yeah. The pixel grind, the music, good times.
Mostly. Because let's be real, it wasn't exactly a perfectly balanced world, was it? Especially
It was not a perfectly balanced
That's what
game.
we're digging into, right? The class balance issues.
Exactly. We've got this really interesting tier list focused on the late game, fourth job and beyond.
The final form stuff.
Right. We want to unpack why certain classes were where they were, the core problems, and maybe, just maybe, think about how a classic world could fix things.
And focusing on fourth job is key, I think.
Why is that?
Well,
Why? Oh,
that's what we're digging into, right?
I will already say I'm not a fan of the terminology fix things. No, I don't think it necessarily needed to be fixed, but it's good to have the discussion and see ways we can maybe augment the classes that did not get enough attention. But as I've said before, I think people enjoyed playing off-meta classes. That was part of the reason why they played the classes that they played. Most people can't understand that, I think, and they don't like it when I say that because they want Fire Poison Mage to be just as strong as any other classes. But a lot of people played Fire Poison Mage for the reason that they sucked, and those people are the ones that became the rare gems that play the Fire Poison Mage, and they got satisfaction out of playing that class.
Right? The class balance issues.
Exactly. We've got this really interesting list focused on the late game, fourth job and beyond.
The final form stuff.
Right. We want to unpack why certain classes were where they were, the core problems, and maybe, just maybe, think about how a classic world could fix things.
And focusing on fourth job is key, I think.
Why is that?
Well, because that's really the main chunk of the game, isn't it? Like, once you hit fourth job, you've still got maybe 70% of the leveling, the real end game content ahead of you.
Okay, good point. That's where your class really...
I agree. I understand what she's saying. Fourth job class, let's talk about fourth job and this a little bit. Fourth job class is something of almost like a mythical creature. And I guarantee you, 90% of the people that play the game, maybe less, okay, maybe I'm being a little dramatic, but majority of the players, over 50% of the players, are not going to even get to the third job, let alone fourth job. So it's good to talk about, but it's also nice to keep in mind that the core memories that people are going to have while playing Classic Maplestory is going to come from their first and second job advancement when they're doing Monster Carnival, when they're doing Looty Party quests and Kerning Party quests. And then some people will really enjoy the game and push on to get third job advancement, which I would say is an achievement of itself. But if people can achieve, if people achieve that, some of those people will go on to achieve the fourth job advancement. What I'm saying is that that number is going to gradually reduce to a point of almost like less than 10% of the population that play will ever get to fourth job advancement. Some people will quit and make new characters. Other people will simply just not find any purpose. They can't find the purpose to continue to grind, and they'll just quit after a while. But she's right in that sense that once you hit fourth job, you still have 80% of the leveling process to go through. The only issue with that is that once you hit level 120, you're pretty much fixed into a one continent until Timeless Tempo comes out, or they take a different approach and release a whole new continent that's higher level beyond Timeless Tempo, or like right between Leaf Ray and Timeless Temple. Maybe they'll release something for the higher levels. But even then, your gaming experience as a whole, yes, you still have 80 levels to go to 200, but the experience itself on how much you get to do once you hit 120 is like 10%, maybe less than the entire process of going from the level 0, level 1 to 120. Level 1 to 120 is where the real journey is at for most people. And if I had to reduce that, it would be like 1 through 70 is where people are going to have the core memories and have the most fun. Once you hit 120, it becomes very repetitive. The game becomes a routine, a repetitive. It's more of a chore than actually a game at that point, and you're playing it because you have so much time invested and you don't want to let it go. That's what the game turns into. I'll continue to play the video.
Really settles in.
Totally. And knowing your class is actually viable, balanced at that point, that's huge for player motivation. Keeps you invested for those, hundreds of hours.
4,000.
4,000s, yeah. We should probably
Thousands of hours, yeah.
For this chat, though.
Good idea. What are we assuming?
We're kind of working on the idea that the really game-breaking stuff would be fixed in a hypothetical classic world.
Like HP washing. God.
How's the audio, by the way, guys?
That whole mess where you had to gimp your early levels to survive later, that's gotta go.
Excessive major skill bugs.
All that stuff that just warped the balance completely, we're assuming that's cleaned up so we can look at the actual class design.
Okay, makes sense. So, with that clean slate, how do we even compare these classes? It's a complex game.
It is, but you can boil it down, I think, mostly to two main things: bossing and mobbing.
Right.
If you guys look here, I just want to point this out.
Okay, makes sense. So, with that clean slate, how do we even compare?
Right here, look at Horntail, and look at the damage going in, by the way. I just want to point this out. If you have... Turn up the volume on the video. If you have those lines of damage coming in between, and it looks like they're a party of what, maybe 12? Can't really see because it's small for me. But if you have party of Night Lords and you're a Bowmaster, I'm going back to the Bowmaster thing, If you're a Bowmaster within that combo, within that mix of people, I guarantee you're not going to be able to distinguish your damage. You can't. Unless people spread out thin and they go top, bottom, left, right. But most of the time when you're in a raid and the raid leader knows what he's doing, he's going to want to prioritize certain parts of the Horntail to knock off either the wings or the feet first, because it has certain skills that Horntail uses that's detrimental to the party. So in order to eliminate that risk, a lot of raid leaders will focus their DPS to a certain point. And in the mix of that, if you're playing Bowmaster, you're not going to be able to see your damage in the mix of all this.
It's a complex game.
It is, but you can boil it down, I think, mostly to two main things: bossing and mobbing.
Right. Versus regular monsters.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Bossing is your single target.
Bossing and mobbing, yep.
Raids, that kind of stuff.
And mobbing is just efficiency. Clearing groups fast for EXP.
Pretty much. So when we look at a class, we're asking, first, can it actually do all the content? Like, is it totally useless in boss fights?
Okay, content accessibility.
And second, can it, contribute fairly? Is it balanced compared to others while still feeling like it's doing its intended job?
Its role, yeah.
So that's the issue, right? If you balance every character for all available content in the game, then you're not going to have, like, how can you... I'm sure there's ways, right? There's more ways that you can make each class have its own identity and uniqueness without balancing all aspects of the game. But I feel like it will be a lot tough because you're working with a 2D side-scroller chibi game with big heads, and it's supposed to be very PG. And once you start... One thing that I don't want to happen in Classic Maplestory is for the game to turn complex. I don't know if you guys played any recent MMOs. Like, there's so many buffs you gotta keep up with, and there's a cycle that you have to maximize, and essentially for the game to turn into Final Fantasy 14, where there's a 14 button like cycle. What's it called? Damn, what's the word called? Where you have like 14 rotations right? 14 button rotations to keep up all your cooldowns and all your combo. And honestly, I think that can take away from what MapleStory was meant to be, which was it's kind of like how Classic WoW is too, in a sense that you have your main attack damage. You have a couple of utilities that's useful for the party that gives you a sense of identity, but it was never this like 10 button rotation keeping up all your cooldowns and making sure that you're doing your rotations flawlessly, so your damage uptime is up and ticking. So what I fear is that if you try to overcompensate for the identity and like trying to make everybody fair while trying to give each class their identity, is that you're gonna convolute that space, that skill space, and a lot of classes might get too hard for people to play. And I know it sounds silly to say, because the game, you know, like how can you go from pressing one button as a Dark Knight and then worry about the game being too hard because there's 3 skills now? Trust me, it's a mental difference when you know. Some people just want to sit there and press down one button. Some people don't have the capacity like you and I do, and they just want to sit there and they don't want to like upkeep their rotation and their cooldowns. They just want to sit there and press one button and things to all go dandy. Hurricane is one of those, you know. And honestly, Dark Knight too. We just use Spear Burst the entire time. Spear Buster with a couple of buffs. So how can you, in the video, you know, we're talking about making sure all classes are viable for all content that the game has to offer, but at what expense, you know? Because the game right now, Ice Lightning mages and Fire Poison mages still play those characters, and they know they're not viable for any bosses. Nobody's taking them bossing, but it's still one of the most popular classes in KMS. And maybe they can implement, you know, and this is where I said maybe the developers can release a raid that requires Ice Lightning Mage or has a fire weakness, so Fire Poison mages can still go and do something. But in terms of pure DPS, when you're trying to balance characters, you can't. One, it's going to take identity away from Night Lord and Bowman. The game will become kind of dull and boring if you balance everything and try to make everybody viable for everything. And you know, I think the best way to go about doing that is not in a damage sense, but making them needed in a raid with special mechanics that the raid has, that needs to be fulfilled either by Ice Lightning Mage or, let's say, a pirate or whatever it is, or like a paladin, for example.
Mechanics, sure, but those two things, that's the core of the comparison for today.
I've got it. Crystal clear. So let's dive in then. Where do we start? Maybe the ranged folks.
Sounds good. Let's kick off with the archers, bowmaster, and marksman. They're sitting in B tier on this list.
D tier. Okay, so
E tier.
Decent but not amazing. Feels like a good place to unpack the balance issues.
Yeah, exactly. And historically, they
I gotta
were
listen.
pretty well balanced
Let's
against each other. Marksman maybe a bit better at mobbing, bowmaster at bossing.
What did they bring to the table though, for the party?
The big one was Sharp Eye. Huge buff. Critical hit rate for everyone.
Ah, right. Night Lords loved that, didn't they?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely essential for them.
Night Lords did love
And
that.
being ranged, they had decent single target damage, good bossing potential, could even solo some stuff with their puppet skill.
But there's always a but in B tier.
The butt is their mom.
So I will say on that, in KMS, bowmasters can pretty much boss anything except for pianos. And the only shortfall is that they don't have enough HP. But rangers, marksmen, it's up to the player's ability, but they're able to pretty much solo all bosses, even Leviathan, Papilladus, Pianus if they have enough HP pool. I've seen them do it, and you can do it.
Mobbing felt, well, kind of weak compared to other ranged classes, and their mobility was rough, like arguably the worst in the game.
Ouch. Well, the ranged
Mobility, I would disagree, because they learn this passive skill in their third job advancement, which gives, I think it's it's like thrust or something. I can't remember the skill name, but it gives you 30 plus movement speed to Bowmans. So if you have 30 plus movement speed, you are already beating all the warriors and all the wizards. I mean, the wizards have teleport, yes, but you know, you have a lot of movement speed with 30 being given 30 for just from a skill as a passive. And then if you use a movement speed potion or movement speed pill, if you take a pill, you get 10, so you have 140. You know, that's decent mobility. It's not the best, of course, like the thieves classes and the pirates are, you know, the gunslingers are gonna have nice mobility as well. But it'll definitely, like, having 130 as a base mobility speed is huge, especially, you know, me playing a warrior. I can, if I have to have damage items on, I can't, with movement speed pill, I have 121, so I'm jealous of the Bowmans when it comes.
Classes are zipping around.
Exactly. Plus, like all range, they were pretty squishy. Needed that hyper body buff from a Dark Knight just to survive.
Yeah.
Solid, useful with sharp eye, but flawed. Hence B tier.
Yep. Makes sense.
Okay, so if archers are B, let's talk S tier. This is
Okay. Well, now I'll just talk about the tier system. I will say I would at least give the Bowman an A because, you know, they are great classes, but I think they don't deserve an S. And in my personal opinion, they don't deserve an S because they're so damn expensive to play and they can kind of be boring. I don't think they deserve a B at all. They're still one of the top classes with top DPS, and their Sharp Eyes is arguably the most important skill that you need to bring to any type of late game content. Hey, what's up, Kratos? This is Kedor, and I'm just doing a reaction video to her tier list. I'm just kind of going over it and just talking about it. But I think the Bowman should be an A, and the only reason I would not give him an S, I think they're great at everything. They do kind of lack a little bit of an HP pool, but archers in general should get an A, in my opinion. They can be very expensive to play. Here in KMS, a lot of archers who have Sharp Eyes actually get paid to come to the party and give Sharp Eyes buff because it's so needed. Warriors have Rush. True. Yeah. And then we have the riding to ride around the town, so I guess that makes sense. We do have Rush, which is a great mobbing skill, and it does cover some distance when you're grinding. I think it's kind of, now that I think about it, I think the developers did really well with the original Maplestory, coming out with the 4th job advancement skills, and just kind of making sure everybody has their unique identity, but like everybody has some sort of a mobility skill, which makes them, you know, not too dull. They don't feel too heavy. Rangers got just a general passive movement speed buff. And then warriors during farming phase, they can use rush to cover a lot of ground, you know. And of course thieves have haste. They've always had haste. And it's just like I don't know. Like you got rush in the 4th job advancement as a warrior. It's like a huge blessing to have that skill, but you only get it during the 4th job because one of the cons or the negative sides of playing warrior is that you always feel heavy and slow. And when you feel that dread all throughout 1st, 2nd, and 3rd job advancement, and then you get to 4th job advancement and you use rush, and it's so satisfying, and it's a great feeling to know that you have mobility too. But rangers, they get thrust in 3rd job advancement, but they don't have this, like, their identity. I don't think the focus of their identity ever was for them to be slow and dull. They're more like micromanaging their own little space with using CC and Hawkeye, the Eagle, the Hawkeye, and Arrow Boom and Ice Shot to keep enemies at bay, and making sure you're managing your own little real estate safe and secured by keeping enemies back. You don't really need too much movement for that. It's nice to have, but you're pretty much stationary, right? Whereas assassins, you need to be able to flash jump out of sticky situations and gain huge grounds while keeping the enemies at bay. You have to create grounds for yourself. You don't have any CC, any type of slow or nothing like that. All you have to do is rely on haste and flash jump to get away from the enemies and grind them down. So I think it was really cool just looking back at how well they were able to implement even like rush and thrust. Bowmans could use a movement buff in third job advancement, and warriors, because their identity is so strong on them being like wearing plate armor, big swords, heavy, slow, getting rush in fourth job was a nice touch to kind of equal out and balance out the mobility issues towards the end of the game. It wasn't like game breaking like you see in modern Maplestory where players are jumping all over the place and flying around, but it's enough that you get by, and it's anything is better than nothing at that point. So even slight bit of movement or mobility that you got as in your character felt really great. I'm gonna continue the video.
Where it gets really interesting. Who's sitting at the absolute top for damage?
No surprises here, really. It's got to be the Night Lord. Solid.
I mean, she's true.
Find the meta, some would say.
Absolutely. I mean, they didn't just have good single target damage.
Yeah, the best.
The best, period. Plus the best mobility, amazing avoidability. They got way more out of attack potion. Just the undisputed king of bossing.
But what about mobbing? Were they useless there?
See, that's the thing. Even their mobbing was really solid. Better than archers, definitely, because they had useful skills to clear.
Okay, see, there's a couple of things, like, I agree with a lot of, if I don't pause and if I don't talk about it, it just means I agree with her. I think she has a really good take on all of the things that she's covering. I've already seen this video one time, and I think she's very much, like, she's very aware of how Classic Maplestory was. There's a couple of things, obviously, we're not going to agree on, and I think this is one of them. Giving Night Lords S tier. If you're going to give Night Lords an S tier, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Hello? 잠깐 전화를 받느라 마이크를 I had to mute my mic real quick. My bad. Let me see. Where was I? Oh yeah, I was talking about the Night Lord and how if you're going to give Night Lord an S and Master a B, I don't necessarily agree with that. And she said, and Kedor here said that Night Lords have great mobbing capability, and maybe we just disagree or we have a different understanding of what mobbing is. But I think Night Lords is one of the classes that have the least amount of mobbing ability. I think compared to a bowman, they have none. Like I said, Night Lords are more about creating space and staying away from enemies, and they have an Avenger, which is the only skill they have to mob the enemies. And arguably you could say that it's worse than the Ranger's ability to use arrow rain, which the proximity is more like the damage that gets registered. You can mob enemies below you. With Avenger, you have to be in a straight line. So it kind of works in a way with Night Lords because they can always use flash jump to create the space, get really far away from an enemies in a straight map, and just use Avenger to clear the mob. So in that sense, they have great mobbing ability. But I don't think it can compare to a Ranger. Ranger has more buttons to press, but they have more tools that they can work with to either micromanage their little real estate that they get assigned in a party setting, or if they wanted to solo, there's a lot of maps that they could go. They could go into a straight map. They could go into a map with like platforms that they can stand on and spam arrow rain. Their bowmaster, or like archers in general, have better mobbing than Night Lords, than assassins. And them get Night Lords getting S tier. If my whole stance is, if Night Lords get an S tier, then bowmasters should at least get an A. Because the thing about Night Lords too is that yes, they're one of the top DPS, but how much funding are you going to have to put in to get to unlock the maximum potentiality of Night Lords? They require a lot of money, and and especially if we're talking about in the framework of fourth job advancement, once you become 120, 130, 140, 150, Night Lords throw around Ilbies. They stop throwing around Steelies after a while. And a lot of Night Lords that are in high levels throw around Ilbies. And Ilbies, and there's going to be more tiers like hobbies or other things. They cost a lot of money just to have one slot, just to have one case of Ilbies or hobbies. It's going to drain your bank. And if you don't maximize your attack, because Night Lords are affected by weapon attack by the most, and that's the most expensive stat to optimize for, is the weapon attack. Glove for attack, weapon like claw attack, any type of attack scroll that you need is going to be very expensive, right? So I think it's Night Lords are, if Night Lords an S, then Bowmasters are at least an S or an A. My personal opinion, give Bowmasters an A and give Night Lords an A too, because they have huge, they have clear downsides. They have clear downsides to their kit, and yeah. There's also Inferno and Freeze for far mobbing, exactly. The vertical attack range is better for archers. At dual goals pirates and Vikings, they can stand in one spot and hit multiple plats. The funding is easy. You just buy meso from South American botters that will be grinding the official class. Yeah, but we're talking about in scenarios where we don't have to spend real, because we're not trying to incorporate that into the metric. It'll throw everything off.
So great at everything.
Pretty much. The numbers back it up too. It was by far the most popular class. It almost felt like Nexon, showed a bit of favoritism.
Yeah, you can see how that happens.
Yeah.
But it kind of creates problems, doesn't it, if one class is that good?
Totally. It stifles diversity. Why play anything else if one class just dominates everything? That's the danger.
No, see, I don't like that question either. I'm not a fan of that question. Why play anything else if one class dominates everything? Well, one is like I talk about, we have to ask the question, why did people play MapleStory? It wasn't just for pure damage and bossing and mobbing. People played MapleStory to socialize. That's why you saw these people that are just hanging out at a free market, and there were guilds dedicated to this, that they would own a portion of the free market, and they would go in there and claim it as their guild housing and guild hangout hub. And people just wanted to chill in a game where, you know, they have a sense of identity. The character customization is great, so you can always show off your personal like personality and character. You can portray yourself in this game really well with the character customization that you could do. So we have to ask the question, why did people play MapleStory? At the fundamental level, did everybody want to really grind and do bossing? Or did some people just wanted to play a game that's relaxing and chill, and they didn't really care about being meta or optimizing? And the question that got asked is, why would people play anything else if they knew Night Lords were doing everything the best? Because some people really don't want to follow the meta. They like to show out. They like being unique. They like being that fire poison mage that nobody plays with and showing up to do PvP. Or just standing out. Like if there's hundreds of Night Lords and hundreds of Bowmasters and hundreds of Dark Knights, why would you feel you're that only one fire poison mage level 130, 140? You get a huge sense of identity boost and huge sense of purpose from that. So, you know, I think people played MapleStory for different reasons than just to hunt monsters and boss grind. It's a huge portion of the game, but it wasn't the only portion of the game that allowed the game, or that made the game enjoyable for people.
Even with a class people love.
Right. Top dog to the pirates. Starting with Corsair, another B tier. Sounds like a cool idea, but maybe didn't quite land.
Yeah, Corsair Story is kind of an uphill battle. The early game was notoriously hard.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah, it was.
I really started feeling okay at 4th job, and even then, endgame. Kind of mid at everything, competent but not really excelling anywhere.
Did it have any strength?
It actually had pretty decent mobbing for a ranged class, better than archers maybe. And its bossing was respectable, better than archers, but still, you know, below Night Lords.
So what was the main issue? No utility.
That was a big part of it. No party.
I'll pause it there, and so with Corsair, she's right. In the beginning, it was brutal to level. Until you got to about 3rd job, the 1st and 2nd job advancements for the gunslingers were so hard because their whole identity was shoot fast but hit weak. So their double shot were like at least 1.5 times faster than the double shot that the archers had. The double bullet damage, that the speed of the double shot was so much faster, but the damage was so much more lacking. And when you have that type of combo, and MapleStory likes to do this, they like to compensate, they like to interchange, they like to use the element of speed a lot in this video game. So for example, Dragon Knights are extremely slow. They have a wind-up timer to their attack. So when I press Dragon Buster, the damage does not register for at least about half a second to a full second. That's not the case for fighters or paladins. But they made Dragon Knights this way because they hit very hard and they hit heavy. It's the same thing for Marksman and a Bowman. Bowman uses Hurricane, rapid fire, hits really fast, but their damage is a little bit underwhelming. But it's compensated by the attack speed that they're doing. Compared to the Marksman, you can basically say an identity of a Marksman is Snipe, which you at master level you can use every 5 seconds. Here's an element of speed again. It has a 5-second cooldown to do maximum damage. So your game style and your play style is a little bit different. You have to use strafe until your snipe is up, and you snipe and you strafe again, and then you continue to strafe, or if a situation allows you, use piercing arrow to pierce the enemies in a line and mob. But Bowmans are just press down hurricane the entire time, no matter what the situation is. So they like to interchange speed and damage a lot. And the issue with Corsairs in the second job advancement in that level range was that they attacked very fast, but they didn't do enough damage to stagger enemies even at lower levels. And that created an issue, because if you were trying to mob and you weren't doing enough damage with your double shot, enemies would just start walking towards you. And it was especially tough in the first job advancement because that was your main form of attack. And you couldn't even stagger a green mushroom as a level 18 gunslinger. And that's how bad the damage multiplier was. Can you work around it? Yeah. And is it one of their identities that they attack fast, but it feels like you're tickling the enemy? Sure. But she isn't. She is correct in that it was very difficult to get to third job advancement with the pirates. Now, are they better mobbers than bowmen? I don't know. We would have to really think about that. I would say they're on par. Corsairs definitely do have good mobbing ability, where they can freeze enemies with their cooling shot, I believe it's called. And once they become third job advancement, their triple fire did actually really good damage. It was a really hard hitting skill once you mastered it. Gunslingers just had a lot of kit that were pretty useless too. Like, they have good mobbing. They're great mobbers because, yeah, if you look at their kit, they have throwing arrow bomb and a stun gun that can stun enemies. And those are all cool, but rarely did people use it. People just interchanged cooling effect by freezing them and using triple shot most of the time. That's what I remember them doing. Once they become fourth job advancement and they learn torpedo as a battleship, they did really shine though. So let's listen more.
Also, less reason to bring one along. It felt like it was supposed to maybe counter Night Lords or work with Buccaneers. It just wasn't there.
So, potential, but needed tuning.
Exactly. Little things like the ship skills HP being too low, stuff that's easily fixable in a theoretical classic reboot. That potential keeps it in B tier.
Okay. And the other, pirate or buccaneer. Also, similar story. Execution.
B tier for Corsairs. So let's look at all the ratings she's done, right? She gave Bowmasters a B, Night Lords an S, and then a Corsair a B. Like the only thing, like I said, I would change is keeping all of them A. Even Corsairs. But the metric has to be established well. Her metric and my metric could be different. I'm looking at classes. I'm just looking at. In my opinion, I don't think anything exists in the S because all of these classes have a downside. They all have a flaw. So I don't know if I would give any of these classes a 10 out of 10 S. Even with the metrics given by her, which is bossing and mobbing. I would say actually, if that was the two metric that we're using, I would say Bowmasters are an S. Bossing and mobbing. They can boss well and they can mob well. They can raid well too. I think in most free servers, they buff the Corsair to balance them. Let's continue. I love talking about the Buccaneer.
Pretty much spot on. Buccaneers actually had some really great party buffs. Time leap, speed infusion.
Time leap, that reset cooldown.
Yeah. Super useful, but their own damage was often a bit low for bossing. They couldn't quite pull their weight just on DPS.
How was their mob?
True.
It was decent.
Yep.
Solid. Maybe not warrior level, but okay.
So, like the Corsair, just needed number adjustments.
Largely, yeah. The actual class design.
See, here's the thing about, again, saying that we need to adjust these classes. I will tell you why Buccaneers don't need to be adjusted. People that play Buccaneer, here's the thing. People that play Buccaneer and they don't know anything about the game, how many of those people right? Like let's say there's 10 people, and out of 10 people, 2 people are playing Buccaneer because they know what the Buccaneer is and they have some experience with Maplestory. So they're playing Buccaneer because they know they have a spot in the end and it's not damage. they're they're not playing Buccaneer to be a damage dealer, but they want a spot in the raid or as at a party grind, at the end level party grind content, because they have time infusion and speed warp, I believe. I can't remember what she said the skills were, but they have two skills that makes them extremely useful in any type of party setting, especially in the raid setting. So out of 10 people, 2 people play Buccaneers because they know that. Those people will get to 4th job advancement and they're not going to complain about the unfairness that they have to go through from level 1 through 120. Now, 8 people that play Buccaneer that are new to Maplestory and Maplestory Classic, yes, they're going to, if they get to level 120, which is probably not going to be the case, they're probably going to quit after, like, before even they get to 3rd job advancement. They're going to, once they get to 4th job advancement, like those 8 people, maybe 1 person will, they've already endured the indifference and they already understand by that point what their role is. And maybe they have a special attachment, like because CPI said they like Dragon Ball and they want to be able to play a character that uses martial arts or uses fists like a monk. And they have a special place for the Buccaneer in their heart for that reason, or they just really like the way they look. They really like transform. Their main concern, what I'm saying, isn't going to be that they're doing the most damage or they're doing the least amount of damage. I think if they wanted to really play a character that did most damage, enough for them to quit the Buccaneer that they're playing, and if they really cared that much about damage, they would drop out and go play Night Lord midway through or whatever. And it's completely fine to do that. What I'm saying is, we don't need to optimize characters so they do equal amount of damage with other characters, because in the sake of balance, you start sacrificing so much just to get the game to be balanced. Let's leave the Night Lords and Bowmasters where they are at because it's been doing well. They do the most amount of damage. It's okay for them to overpopulate the server. Let people have fun. And us other people, like me included, will play off-meta characters to augment our party or feel satisfied in other ways other than damage. Like, I want to play Buccaneer. If I was going to play Buccaneer, I would consider it, just because they have such huge utility buffs that offer to the party, and that alone satisfy that alone gives me a reason to play Buccaneer. And I'm sure a lot of people feel this way. It's not that you have an outlet. You know, we don't have to all conform to people saying, well, I like playing a Buccaneer and I like Monk, so make it fair. Like, give me a damage boost, because clearly Night Lords are doing at least 50% more damage than me, and it's not fair, and I want more mobility like them. We need to like not conform to those type of comments and let Buccaneers have their own place, and it doesn't have to be damage. Just like fire poison mages, I believe we don't need to make drastic changes to them. Let them exist in their own way, and maybe, like I said, add an element of mechanics into the raid where fire poison mages can be invited. But that type of mechanic already exists in Classic Maplestory with the raids, where Buccaneers, even if they don't do most damage, they're still invited due to their 2 incredibly useful utility skills like Time Leap and Speed Infusion. The Buccaneers alone, with that boost, giving Speed Infusion to warriors, you're a hero with Speed Infusion, level 160 plus, is out damaging a Night Lord. Yep, it's true. And it already happened here in Zakum in my guild. A level 160 hero got out damaged a Night Lord at Zakum and got the most EXP from Zakum. So imagine Like already we talk about Night Lords and Bowmasters being top tier of damage, and people will cry and complain and say, hey, how come Buccaneers don't get that type of damage? Or hey, how come I'm playing a Paladin, I want to do that much damage? How come we just don't have any spot because we don't have enough damage? And that's the wrong lens to look through. Damage shouldn't be the only thing that makes you viable in a raid. And partially it has to be the developers implementing some sort of mechanic into the raid where, you know, certain classes are more useful, especially off meta classes. But making damage a requirement for you to be a viable class is just, you're gonna kill the game quicker than it can even have a chance to survive in the MMO industry. Forget about things like class balance. Fix the silly things like using a sword being better than other weapons. I think they're already implementing or experimenting a couple of things with that, where if you use an axe, there's a damage over time bleed that goes like a dot that goes on the enemy, and a blunt weapon either stuns them or slows them. I think slow would be really cool if you use blunt weapon. I'm gonna continue.
And the concepts, they were solid. Just needed tweaking. That's why it's also B tier good bones. Just needed some tuning.
All right, let's move from the pirates to the warriors, the tanky frontliners. Where do they fit in? Starting with another S tier, the Dark Knight.
Dark Knight, yeah, instant S tier. And it comes down to one skill, mostly.
Hyper body.
Hyper body, absolutely essential. The only class providing that massive HP/MP boost, kept all the squishy range classes alive in boss fights.
Couldn't really run around with bosses without one, could you?
Pretty much mandatory.
Pretty much
And
mandatory.
Machines, they had great cleave damage too, hitting multiple enemies, top tier bossing ability on their own.
And mobbing.
Yeah.
Warriors were generally good at that, right?
Yep, great mobbing from early on, plus rush.
So I will talk about Dark Knights a little bit. Playing one right now. I'm not Dark Knight, I'm a Dragon Knight, but I will be here shortly. The thing about Dark Knights and why, yes, they're a really great class, but we have to look at their downsides, right? Because Kidor here gave Dark Knight an S tier, and I think they're worth the praise. They have a skill called Hyper Body, which is like one of the main skills you need, although they're getting a little change. And it sounds like the HP being increased is going to get nerfed in Classic Maplestory. I still think that whether it's 60% or 30% or 20%, the increase in HP is still going to be one of those skills that are going to be needed at bosses. Regardless if they get a nerf or not, it's still better to have than not have. But the downside of Dark Knights is that compared to a Crusader and a Paladin, they don't have Power Guard. And Dark Knights, their class design and philosophy also matches this, is that they're very costly to play. They're one of those classes where you're supposed to consume your own HP. It's kind of like a Berserker in a sense, or a Fury Warrior in Classic WoW. You consume your own HP and you basically enrage, and you do more damage the less HP you have. And because of that kit, even in the third job advancement, if you look at their skill, they have a skill called Sacrifice. This skill, it gets ignored, but it tells the developer's intention when you read the skill, and you can understand what the developers are going for with Dark Knight. Sacrifice essentially attacks an enemy and ignores their defense stats, and it consumes your own HP and does the damage, ignoring their defensive stat, ignoring their armor. So just by that, you can tell Sacrifice, you can do more damage to an enemy by consuming your own HP. Dragon Blood, which gives me attack boost, chips away at my HP every 4 seconds. And Hyper Body, although it's a party skill, if you look at it just from, even if it was a single player buff, it makes sense with the whole philosophy of keep your HP low, and it makes you strong. So Hyper Body gives you 60% HP boost, but Berserk 30, you have to stay below 50% HP. So it's kind of like washes out in a sense, and other warriors get this buff of Hyper Body to the fullest extent, while you're basically just using it to keep your Berserk 30 going. And they consume a lot of HP. You know, Crusaders and Paladins have this skill called Power Guard, and when I'm partying with these guys, I see how much damage is incoming to them, and it's significantly less. Like, I'm getting hit for 400, close to 500 by these rash balls, right? If a Crusader or a Paladin was here, especially because they have the ability to wear shields if they wanted to, they'd be getting hit for 100, maybe less if they had a shield. But even if they had a two-handed weapon, right? Power Guard alone is such a strong skill that it, like a skill like Iron Wall, which I have as my second job advancement skill, which elevates 30 armor and 30 magic, 30 defensive stat, 30 defense and 30 magic defense. It doesn't even compare to Power Guard and how much damage Power Guard mitigates. And 80% of the time, Iron Wall is pretty useless unless you're solo grinding like me, because the Priest Bless skill, the party utility skill by Priest called Bless, it washes out the Iron Wall completely. Bless is such a better, overall, all-around better skill than Iron Wall that they don't stack. So Bless just washes Iron Wall out, and Iron Wall becomes a useless skill that you never use. And what's funny is that you learn Iron Wall in your second job advancement, and so does a Cleric. Cleric learns Bless in their second job advancement. So I don't know, you know, it's just a bad design in that specific area of game design between Dragon Knights and Clerics. But to give Dragon Knights a S tier, I understand what she's saying because they are very strong. Their third job advancement is extremely strong. Their fourth job is strong too, with the Beholder buff and Berserk. But they're very costly to play. They're very costly to play compared to the other two warriors. And partially the reason is a lot of Dragon Knights are a very popular class. A lot of people play Dragon Knights, so their scrolls tend to be a bit more expensive too, because more people it's more in demand.
Historically.
It's that combination, isn't it? Irreplaceable utility and strong performance.
Exactly. Rare combo. Solid S tier, no question.
Okay, so if DK is essential S tier, what about the hero?
Hero C tier is crazy,
Down in C tier.
I will say.
Yeah, the hero is a perfectly solid class, good boss damage, really good cleave, maybe even better than Dark Knight sometimes. Very good mobbing too.
So, what's the catch?
What's the catch?
It doesn't really bring anything unique. Its main party buff, Rage, for attack power.
Potions could replace it.
Yeah, easily replaced by common potions. So it didn't offer that essential utility. It ended up being just kind of the most average solo class.
So you could do everything, but you weren't the best at anything. And you weren't needed for anything specific.
Precisely. And in a game that values party synergy and specific...
So I'll talk about the hero and a couple of things that I disagree with. I agree on a lot of what she said. I think she has good takes. I just don't think heroes deserve a C. So let's talk about Rage for a second, the buff. The developers gave a buff to Crusaders, a party buff called Rage, and here in Mapleland it gives 12 attack power. There's no potions, there's no consumables that can beat that in a party setting. Or just like even at an individual level, there's no consumables that will give you more than, I want to say like 10 or 8 attack power. So a Crusader coming in giving 12 attack power to the party, it's a huge buff, and it's just as important as Hyper Body, but it's because it's more of like a augment than a necessary utility. It augments your damage. I guess you could say it's a tier below Hyper Body, because Hyper Body you need Hyper Body to survive the raid or whatever. But do you really need Hyper Body in a party setting where you're party grinding? No. You need Rage more than Hyper Body in a grind setting. Now people take Hyper Body because it makes them feel more secure, especially priests and rangers and hermits. But that 12, if you had to put Hyper Body and Rage on a scale in a party format or in a party setting, I think most people would prefer the rage. The more damage you do, the better. You can grind faster. You just have to be a little bit more careful that you don't die. Maybe you can put your HP setting on a pet a little higher, or whatever you need to do. But in Maple Land, what I was saying is that no consumable and nothing else in the game can give you can match the rage of a Crusader. Now, that's on the developer side. If GMS comes out, right, and they release like how they did in Modern Maplestory, Onyx apples or some consumables that give you 100 attack point, it's just silly. I don't know what they were thinking when they did that. Clearly, I don't think they were thinking. They would have to convince me somehow that that was a good idea, because I don't see it. If you release stuff like that, then you're basically giving people buff that you can consume without having to introduce other people into the party and eliminating the reason why you need to party grind in the first place. Instead of selling onyx apples or items that are ridiculous like that, give out, sell potions and introduce other potions that are less effective but still useful if you wanted to solo grind. For example, what I like to do if I solo grind, I like to use my Dragon Blood, right, which is my solo buff skill that gives me 12 attack damage. Then I'll drink this warrior's potion, which gives me 2 extra attack damage for 8 minutes. It's very minute, and it's very like what is it? It's very subtle, but that type of boost is still useful, and people carry it around them. We don't carry around onyx apples in our inventory, right? Like, and if I didn't have Dragon Blood, I would use Warrior's Pill that I can get from Ludibrium that gives me 5+ attack damage for 10 minutes. And a lot of people do that. Like Rangers will do that, Hermits will do that. They'll carry around solo consumables like a cider, or most cases a warrior's pill, and if they wanted to farm, they'll use that with the warrior's potion, like I am right now up here, and they'll farm that way. But that still doesn't compare to the buff being given out by the Crusader, which is the right way, which is the correct answer, because that gives Crusaders more of a reason to be sought after in a party. That now they become needed. Now people don't turn them away because they have a nice utility buff that they can offer to the party. So this is just like a server difference between Kidor and I, is that in GMS, I know rage is kind of like overlooked and almost laughed at because it just doesn't feel useful due to the consumables. But if they do it right, if the developers, are careful with it and make sure they're thinking about what they're releasing and what it actually means, it would be better for it. The correct answer is to not release onyx apples or any type of consumables that can essentially like minimize the effectiveness or the requirement to have a Crusader in a party. And also for the damage on Crusaders, the heroes, I think she's saying that they are kind of they're kind of stuck in the middle. They don't do a lot of damage, they don't do poor damage, but they're just like and everything. And I disagree with that, because heroes, once you get them to level 160 plus, they're one of the hardest hitting characters in the game. I mean, they really have, I don't know when people think heroes are supposed to like really glow up and have their glow up era. It's not for the first 140, 150 levels. Once you learn Brandish Dirty and Rush and Stance and a couple of other things in the 4th job skill like Advanced Combo, you are one of the hardest hitting characters in the game, without a doubt. Especially if you have Sharp Eyes, I would say you go toe to toe with a Night Lord. And it takes more money for Night Lords to be on par with heroes. And the more money you pour into the Night Lord, I'm sure you can beat a hero in damage, but at what cost? You probably have to spend hundreds of millions of mesos to fill in all those throwing stars and make sure your claw is at the highest scrolling possibility, while heroes, you can be somewhat, you know, semi-funded, and you could have decent items, but there's no this like pressure for you to drop a lot of time to fund your character. You know, I don't want to say money because I don't want this game to go the pay to win route. So I like to say, when I say fund, I'm talking about putting time and investing time to grind and farm to purchase the items that are needed and equip the items that are needed to get the Night Lord to its maximum potential. And you're going to have a harder time doing that with the Night Lord than with a hero. Hero, once they get to level 160, the damage that they're outputting, it's insane. I mean, I'm sure some people probably haven't seen it, but I have in my guild a level 161 hero who took me to Gobi's, and she actually leads our Zakum raid. And she told me that she got the most experience a few days ago in a group full of Night Lords, Bowmasters, and all these characters that are supposed to do high damage. Once you get to a certain point, heroes will outshine you if you are not mindful about how you are pouring out your DPS. If the hero takes more time to like really focus and concentrate, they're up there in the top tier damage. They're up there, and they have a higher HP pool. They can go to Pink Bean a lot sooner than Night Lords and Bowmasters just because of the HP issue. Now with Classic and HP washing being removed, they're probably going to come up with a way, they're probably going to come up with a solution where your HP pool being an issue isn't that big of a deal like it used to be. So maybe that issue will be gone, that won't be an issue anymore. But still, my point being is that heroes are one of the hardest hitting. They also don't cost you a shit ton of meso. They're relatively cheap to play, and to get the damage out, you don't need as much funding and investment in time than you do with a Night Lord or a Bowmaster. I'll leave it at that. I would give heroes a tier, like honestly an A or an S, because honestly they're super fun to play too. If you watch a hero, I mean, this is going to be up to personal, like this is going to be subjective. When I look at a hero's gameplay versus a Dark Knight, I would rather play a hero. The brandish looks cool with rush brandish. I think their advanced combo system is really great. The damage that they pour out, they hit a lot faster than Dark Knights. Dark Knights tend to like have this heaviness to them and like a dullness to them. And brandish just looks overall amazing and fun to play. And you know, like I would say they're on par with Dark Knights when it comes to the fun element, if not more. They do a lot of damage. Dark Knights, you'll never outdamage a Night Lord and a Bowmaster. Just, you can give up that dream already. And that is why at Horntail, Dark Knights are designated characters who are supposed to receive the Horntail does this like thing, lure or something like that, where they possess your body and you start moving by yourself towards Horntail. Usually classes that get assigned to being lured are Dark Knights because they do the least amount of damage. So you just give hyper body and you subject yourself to being cursed by Horntail, and you have no control of your character. And bandits are also another one too, because they can throw down smoke screen or something like that. There's some usage there with the smoke screen in Horntail, and how they have this responsibility that they can fulfill. Seduce, exactly. And you know, heroes don't go into that category. It's better for the party that hero stays alive and does more damage. So I would say I would give heroes a tier A, if not S, honestly.
Roles so much, just being solid without a unique niche, well, it makes you kind of irrelevant.
That really highlights the design challenge, doesn't it?
Yeah, you do. Just being generally competent wasn't enough. That's the C tier reality for the hero.
Which brings us to the lowest warrior, the paladin, in D tier.
Oh, D tier.
For the hero, lack of identity.
spot on. Paladins had some warrior strengths. Great mobbing, fantastic survivability.
Elemental damage too, right? Could that help?
It could, situationally. If the boss was weak to their element, their damage might jump above a hero's. That wasn't always the case, and it depended heavily on the specific enemy.
So, niche damage. What were the main weaknesses then?
Their cleave felt weaker compared to other warriors, making mobbing less impactful sometimes. And, like the hero, just no real unique contribution.
No party buffs either.
Didn't even get any party buffs, no. So, again, if you're not bringing top damage or unique utility, why pick you?
Ouch. D tier makes sense then.
So, when it comes to paladins, they are notorious for being useless, you know? And it's kind of just like fire poison mage. People that play paladin played paladin for that reason, just to kind of stand out and play a niche character. Paladins, I will say, they have a lot of pros, and I don't think it fit into the metric that Kedor is giving here because she's considering bossing and mobbing. Paladins are one of the classes in Warrior, and even in Maplestory in general, where you play the character and you actually make money just playing the character. There's no way you can outspend yourself as a paladin. You have so much CC. You can look for hunting grounds that benefit you. The philosophy behind paladin is for you to play alone and for you to have all-encompassing, everything well-rounded, and you don't really feel this pressure to go into a party, and you know, you have this party utility that you can offer to fit into a party. I think the philosophy behind paladin when they were introduced to the game back in the day is that they were meant to be a solo grinding warrior, like a solo lone wolf type of warrior, and they have one of the best damage mitigation skills. And you know, a lot of paladins, if you take a shield with you, you're not taking damage. Like the damage you take compared to a Dark Knight is just like it's a huge difference. And with their elemental damage, you have a unique play style that only you have, where you can go to areas where at level 70, let's say you're not, like as a level 70 Dragon Knight, my training areas are very limited. I have to go where people are at, where the priests are at, and where the party is being formed, and I have to rely on them, whether it's a party quest or a party setting. I cannot solo grind after a certain level as a Dragon Knight, unless you're farming like me at a significantly lower level monster and your goal is to farm for items and make money. Yeah, you could do what I'm doing, but in order to gain efficient amount, like any reasonable amount of experience points, you can't do that alone as a Dragon Knight, but you can do that alone as a Paladin. So you don't have this like urgent, desperate need to party grind with other people. You can get by and still make a lot of money just solo grinding at sometimes even training areas where they're beyond your recommended level, because you have the elemental affinity, and you can freeze enemies, or you can put a holy type of affinity to your weapon. And a lot of monsters in Maplestory have weakness to holy, like Dark Kentarus, like the Skellies and Skelegons, the Death Tennies and all that in Ludibrium. You could go to any of these places and you can get great XP and you can farm well. And you know, most people overlook that, obviously, because a lot of people are hyper fixed on damage and like rating and stuff. And if that's the metric, then yeah, of course paladins won't fit in that well, because one, they can't even get into a party because they don't have any utility buffs to give to the party, but their rating sucks because they're not designed for rating, and it just wasn't their class philosophy when they were being introduced to the game. Now I think, like I said earlier, in order to make paladins more viable in a party quest setting, the developers would need to introduce a mechanic where paladins can shine, maybe with sanctuary or something. And what sanctuary does is it lowers all the, not including the boss monster, but it reduces all the all the other monsters that get summoned by the boss, what Sanctuary does is it turns their HP to 1. And right now it doesn't really matter because people can just grind down those wyverns at Horntail, or the little tutus that fly around at Zakum. Most of the time a hero or a Dragon Knight can just mob them down pretty easily. But if there was an element where, like let's say at Pink Bean, the summoned monsters have stupid amount of HP pool, even that little bit of mechanic itself, now you've introduced like people have to work around that mechanic one way or another. Either a paladin can use Sanctuary to get them to HP 1 and wipe them out, or you introduce something like an Ice Lightning Mage to freeze them, or a Marksman to freeze them with Ice Arrow, and you guys can mob them down that way. Something to introduce other type of non-damage dealing off-meta characters into the raid and giving them a sense of uniqueness and a reason and an identity is probably the way to go to get paladins to fit in more in a party setting. To give paladins, for the sake of balance, a utility buff when their class philosophy doesn't even align with them being in a party, just for the sake of balancing and to up their tier to, let's say, from a D to a B even, I don't think it's right, because you're kind of homogenizing all classes into a single pool where, you know, like if a paladin doesn't have this, then they're not useful. But going back to the basics, we have to understand like why people play Maplestory in the first place anyway. Is it because they want to fit in? Is it because they want to raid and boss and all the time? No, some people just want to quest and go around Leafray and Ludibrium and quest. And nothing is better in questing than paladins, because you can go essentially anywhere and feel safe, and you don't need to worry about you know, with higher end content quests, you don't have to worry about using a lot of potions for you to be able to complete the quest. A lot of times when I was doing quests in my Dragon Knight at this character, and I got my Quest Mania title by completing 400 quests, if I didn't have Mr. Flink Flank next to me healing me and giving me buffs, there were some quests in Ludibrium deep underneath the Ludi Tower. I was farming the Vikings, and they hit like a truck. I mean, they're hitting like 1,500 to 2,000 per body hit, if I remember correctly. And the drop that comes from them were semi-rare. So there's no way I would have been able to complete that quest by myself. I would have ran out of money. But paladins, you know, you don't have to really worry about that as much. As long it's really up to you. You have the Ice Sword to freeze the enemies, keep them at bay. You have like a stun in your kit that you can use, and you have Power Guard, and you have Threat, which lowers enemies' defenses and attack rating. So you have a lot in your kit where if you wanted to be a solo player and just kind of do your own thing and not have to stress out about being in a party or even raids, then you could play Paladin. And we talk about, you know, and this is another thing that we talk about, where we kind of get lost in the sauce talking about tiers and like kind of grading classes based on late game content. I'm telling you what, I'm going to tell you, like I said, 80 to 90% of the players that start out Classic on the day of launch will not make it to fourth job advancement. So if your guild, right, like has say, like let's say my guild has 20 people that are online, and I'm trying to go to Zakum, and everybody's level 120, 130-ish. Do you think I'm going to discriminate based on like on your class at that point? Maybe like few years down the line when I have like, let's say everything goes well and I have 50 people online and my guild members are level 150, 160, 140 and whatnot. Then, you know, I don't see myself doing it, but I could see someone being, okay, let's try to hyper maximize efficiency, and we're going to take 10 Night Lords, 2 Bowmasters, and Hero, and a Dark Knight, and 1 Bishop. That's it. We're going to try to clear it the fastest. Not everybody does that, is what I'm saying. Some people kind of get in a guild, and they raise their level to a level where they can participate in a raid, and they'll just go. Most players just go. They're not trying to go for world first. They're not trying to like speed run this thing. They just want to go and chill and enjoy a raid. And if you have 10 people in your guild and those 10 people are all around the same level, and 2 of them are like a shadower and an ice lightning mage, and the other one is a fire poison mage, you're gonna take them because that's better than nothing. So for the first year of release in the game, I think a lot of people are gonna try out the game, but most people will quit. There's so many other games in the market that people are gonna think to themselves, well, why am I playing this game? I'd rather play like League. I'd rather have fun with my time, and they're not gonna see the appeal and the charm that this game has, and they're not gonna want to invest that much time. So those people, after those people leave, you'll have a small group of people in your guild or within your friend group, and you just take whoever you can and you have a good time, you know? Like, it really depends on the type of player you are and what you're trying to achieve. If you get in a guild where the guild master or the raid leader is looking to maximize efficiency, then you're going to subject yourself into that type of treatment and that type of setting. But if you get into a guild where they look at Maplestory as a game, and yeah, it's fun to talk about tier lists and efficiency and what tier is what tier is that, but most guilds, I believe, or people like me, and there's going to be more than just me, who just really look at this as a game and don't want to discriminate people based on the class solely because they're not doing enough damage. These guys, level 120, 130 lightning mages and fire poison mages, they do damage. It's just not the most damage. And that's where people get caught up, and we don't need to really chase efficiency to a degree where like the game just doesn't become a game anymore and it becomes almost like a job, you know. And that's the downside of KMS, is that they focus on efficiency so much that they almost will not even talk to you unless you're a Night Lord trying to like go to Zoc or Horntail. If you're not what they're looking for, then you don't exist in their eyes, and kind of sad, honestly. I'm gonna continue.
Just didn't have a compelling reason to exist in the party meta.
Sadly, yeah.
Okay, let's switch to the mages. This is always a wild one in Maplestory. We've got the Ice Lightning and Fire Poison Archmages in C tier, mobbing kings, bossing zeros. Is that fair?
It's almost comically fair, yeah. All 3 mages, including Bishop, had like the best mobbing in the game, period. From 2nd, 3rd job onwards.
Teleport help too, right? Amazing mobility.
Amazing mobility. And those big AoE skills. Ice lightning, fire poison. They just cleared entire screens. It was honestly kind of balance breaking.
I remember seeing that. Like struggling on my warrior and then a mage just wipes the map.
Exactly. Humbling stuff. Their mobbing power was just off the charts.
But the trade-off?
Was huge. They were borderline useless in boss fights. Terrible single target damage.
So you just wouldn't bring them?
You'd only bring one if you were absolutely desperate, couldn't find anyone else, and maybe if they were super high level.
And they didn't offer party buffs, like, say, a bishop.
Nope. Nothing unique for the party. So they were effectively locked out of all the endgame bossing content.
It's such an extreme split.
Yeah.
Amazing at one thing, terrible at another.
Totally. It's that broken mobbing ability that basically saves them from D tier, keeps them in C.
I will say, so let's talk about the Archmage, right? I think Kidor is correct in 90% of the things she's saying. They are, exactly as they said, really great at solo grinding. They really have a hard time finding a place in raiding or bossing. Even with field bosses, right, like Pianus, which is really popular, Archmages don't go to Pianus. They don't really go to field bosses. They're more of these, their identity is more so in the realm of they're really great at farming for items. And they're really great at solo grinding too. But uniquely to Ice Lightning Mage and KMS, they have a spot in a party grind setting for each phase of their level. Each bandwidth of their level, there's party grind settings that Ice Lightning Mages can go that makes them actually more useful and more sought after than you know, even a hermit or assassin or a bowman, whatever it is, they can go to more training grounds than me, and they're more viable for party grind than me in certain cases. And I'm a dragon knight that offers hyper body, and I'm pretty much sought after too. But Ice Lightnings have a great spot. They're in a great position when it comes to finding party to grind with. They can go to the Kentaurus, because there's a red Kentaurus. Their ice damages are amplified, and they find great party setting there. I also went into a party where I'm spamming Dragon Roar with 3 other Dragon Knights and 1 Priest, and we needed to have one other member who's clearing out a platform that our Dragon Roars couldn't reach. And most of the time, Ice Lightning mages would come in, and they had a spot there. And a lot of times they would want to come because the way the layout was with that platform, Ice Lightning mages could kind of just sit on top of the platform and use a skill to kind of like not get hit but hit the enemies at the same time. But I've also seen bandits come to that. I've also seen marksmen come to that. But my point being is that Ice Lightning mages have spots in the party within all spectrum of levels and bandwidth. They're sought after one way or another. In Romeo and Juliet party quest, Ice Lightning mages are, because they're a mage, they have teleport, they fulfill that role, but they also are able to save Romeo and Juliet and keep the androids frozen. So they have a good unique... They're not necessarily terrible when it comes to party setting. I would say they're just about normal, if not one of the better ones, who can find parties easily. Now, when it comes to bosses, like I said, you know, this is obviously we're talking about meta, and when we're chasing the meta, nobody's going to want to take an Ice Lightning mage to a boss raid. But it really depends on like how efficient do you want to be. Like I said, the same thing about paladins and other off-meta champions. If you have an Ice Lightning mage that's level 140, and you can either take him or not, and you only have like 10 people or 11 people, and the Ice Lightning could be the 12th member, would you take the Ice Lightning? I mean, I would. They still do damage, and they're going to be useful at clearing out the little mobs like the Zakum or Horntail spawns. So you would still take them. I would take them. And this is hard to like say this is wrong and this is right, because it really depends on how you enjoy the game. If other higher level guilds want to maximize efficiency and not take the Ice Lightning mage, and they would rather recruit outside from their guild and bring in another Night Lord or a Bowmaster, they can do that if that's what makes them fun, you know. But for me personally, I don't want to stress out that hard about efficiency, especially if the Archmage is like level 140. I know he's bringing some damage, and I know he's gonna, and they say Archmage doesn't have a utility buff. They do. They have this thing called meditation, but the issue is most party settings don't have more than 1 or 2 Archmages, so it's just giving a magic attack to a Dark Knight, Hero, Night Lord, Bowmaster. It doesn't do anything. You know what I mean? 오늘은 쉬어야 할 것 같아요. 지금 컨텐츠 찍고 있는 중이라 오늘은 못 갈 것 같아요. 아마 컨텐츠를 이걸 마무리해야 돼서. 감사합니다. So we'll continue. I think Ice Lightning mages deserve an A. I think they don't. Like Archmages, man, they're not that terrible classes, you know? Like, it really depends on what type of playstyle you're looking for. And I think that's why I keep like keep white knighting all these off-meta classes, because it's unfair to categorize these classes in the lower tier of the meta when, one, it wasn't even their class philosophy to be involved in a mobbing setting or a party setting. Their class philosophy and what they aim to do fulfills what they did the original developer intent, and they do it well. You know, I do agree that the full map attack of the FMA of Fire Poison and Ice Lightning Mage and Bishops are one of the most iconic skills and one of the most broken skills. But I think the developers did well balancing that out too by making it extremely costly to use those skills on a continuous basis. You almost lose money in almost all cases unless you get a really nice loot. But even then, you know, it's a lot of MP potions and elixirs that you have to consume to keep that going. But you know, they're one of the best at solo grinding. Ice Lightning Mages, Fire Poison Mages, just the best, top tier. And that alone, that should drag them up to at least a B tier. At least a B tier. I don't think they're mediocre, and I don't think they belong in a C. Because nobody can really compete with the efficiency that these archmages have solo grinding. That they need to be acknowledged for what they're good at, and you know, kind of keep that into consideration more. Like, what were these classes designed for? What is the play style? You know, not all classes are gonna fit perfectly well into the framework of mobbing and bossing, because some of the class philosophy that developers had, like paladins and archmages, don't fit into that framework too well. You know, they need to be looked at differently. And from there, you can create a new judgment or an analysis and give them the adequate tier. And the whole tier system is just flawed anyway. You need way more metric to be within the consideration to make it correct. And even then, I don't think you can perfectly portray and give a single tier to the class. So I'll continue.
Sounds like some classes were just wildly specialized. But then there's the bishop, the mage that breaks the mold, sitting pretty in S tier.
The bishop. Yeah, you could argue it's probably the best class in the game overall.
Really? Better than Night Lord or Dark Knight?
In terms of overall value and demand, probably. Okay, maybe it's more than it was other archmages, but still vastly stronger than almost everyone else.
But the utility was the key, right?
Absolutely. They were, hands down, the most wanted class in every party. Holy symbol, the EXP buff. Game changer.
Oh yeah, everyone wanted that sweet EXP boost.
And bless, heal, dispel. Just the ultimate support package.
So it's that perfect blend again. Decent mobbing, but unmatched, irreplaceable utility.
Nailed it. That's S tier to find right there. They just made every party better.
Okay, one class left in our deep dive.
But with Bishop, I 100% agree, right? Bishops, I think, deserve an S tier. The only downside, like Bishops, you need a Bishop. Bishop is like a glue for every party, every raid. Bishops are needed, and they itch that feeling of people wanting to play support classes. Bishops do a really great job itching that yearning, and that like if people wanted to really play and adopt the personality and the play style of a support, Bishops are perfect. And their class philosophy and their class design fits perfectly for people that are wanting to really just sit back and keep the party healthy and keep the party going. They're one of those classes that don't get much recognition, but in the background, they're the ones making everything run smoothly. They're like the quiet mothers in the back that are just kind of sitting back. And Night Lords and Bowmen are like gold medal Olympic athletes that they get all the attention in the spotlight, but without the caring mother in the background just continuously healing and dispelling and resurrecting and making sure things go smoothly, they wouldn't exist. Nothing would exist, actually. So, like if you in this setting, her metric for giving classes their tiers kind of fits perfectly with the bishop, in the framework of the metric and the framework that we're setting to give each class their tier, bishops kind of like fall in perfectly in the S class because yeah, they're very much needed in every party setting, and they have great mobbing skill with Genesis. I'm so done coughing, bro. So annoying. They fit perfectly for everything. An S tier, they do deserve an S tier. The only thing I don't like about the bishop, and this is personally me, this is just me. I think bishops are a little bit boring because I just don't vibe well with being a support. I liked being a support in WoW where I had more responsibilities, but I feel like in Maplestory, the support class seems a little underwhelming. I feel like you could do a little bit more, although they already have a lot of buffs and dispel and door, and you know, they're good the way it is. I just get a little bored when I play bishops. I get a little bit bored when I play clerics. A lot of times in KMS, if you play a priest or a bishop, you kind of go to a party setting and you're just running around giving people buff. You don't really get a chance to mob or grind anything until you learn Genesis, and then you can go to some party grounds and find the party where they will pay you an hourly rate for you to spam Genesis, and you can cover that MP potion costs with that, and you know, grind mobs. So you do have an outlet where you can get away from the support setting and actually become one of the main attackers. But it's just, for me, it's kind of boring. I feel like if you played Fire Poison Mage or Ice Lightning, you have the FMA, but you also have Chain Lightning. You also have Ice Demon or Fire Demon or Poison Mist, Fire Arrow, Explosion, all these other skills that you can use to grind at other maps, and not just necessarily in a party setting, but you can go grind by yourself anywhere you want. Especially Fire Poison Mage, if you have an open channel, you can just throw down Poison Mist, and you know, that's all you have to do. Throw down Poison Mist, make a full circle of the map either counterclockwise or clockwise, lay down Poison Mist, and make another circle and just one tap them and they're dead. So Ice Lightning mages have a little bit more of a limitation because they can't go to, they usually have to find a training ground where there's an affinity, like an elemental affinity, so they can either freeze them and do a lot of damage, or they have a weakness to lightning, and a lot of Ice Lightning mages will go there. Fire Poison mages don't really have that. Continue.
The other rogue branch. The
Shadower D tier, no. No, not Shadower.
Yeah, Shadower had a really tough time finding its niche. Its bossing wasn't great.
That makes me sad.
Cleave wasn't amazing.
What about Smokescreen? Wasn't that supposed to be useful utility?
Yeah, Smokescreen.
Yeah, reducing damage taken inside the smoke, but in practice it just wasn't impactful enough.
Reducing damage taken inside the smoke? That's not what I remember. Smokescreen made you invulnerable. It made you basically like untouchable for a length of time. So I don't think that's true.
Enough most of the time to justify bringing a Shadower just for that.
Okay. And mobbing.
Mm-hmm.
Rogues usually had a tough start.
They did, and it didn't get much better for Shadowers late game. Mobbing was generally considered not really good.
And Mezzo Explosion. The skill that used money. Flashy, but practical.
Mostly flashy, looked cool, detonating piles of mezzos, but it cost actual money, and the setup was just too impractical for consistent viable damage.
So it sounds very similar to the hero or paladin situation.
In a lot of ways, yes. Not really unique, didn't excel strongly anywhere, easily replaced by classes that did things better, whether damage or utility.
Just couldn't carve out that essential role.
Yeah.
D tier it is.
Yep.
Okay, let's talk about Shadower, shall we? Because I don't agree with a lot of what she's saying. Okay, give me a second. Let me pick this up. Pull that out. Okay, let's talk about Shadowers, right? Shadowers, she made it seem like they're more bland. They don't really do much, and it's because we're still again talking about classes in the framework that in the framework of like grading them, giving them a tier based on mobbing and boss rating. They're not supposed to fit in that class. And like if you actually play Shadower, what you'll find out is that once they become level 120, 130-ish, they're one of the classes that just money flows in. They're just kind of like paladins in a sense that once you learn fake, at least up to 20, and then boomerang step, which has an iframe, and then you have meso guard, you rarely take damage. And then you have smokescreen if you need to, right? Smokescreen as a utility, she said people wouldn't take it. People would just forego it because it's not needed. Well, that might be true on parties that have got the Zakum and Horntail down to a T, and they know it as a routine now. And but most players that go play Classic Maplestory on their first run, it's gonna be nice to have an insurance as a shadower who can throw down smokescreen on iffy situations. It's a valuable skill. Now, once you get to a point like super late into the game, and many years have passed, and people have, learned the patterns of Zakum and Horntail, and they don't really need any type of insurance, then yeah, you don't really need to take a shadower. But at Horntail too, shadower smokescreen is very useful. I mean, Pink Bean. All right, did I say Pink Bean or Horntail? I meant to say Pink Bean. Pink Bean was tough as crap when it first released back in mid 2000s and late 2000s. A lot of players, a lot of guilds tried to conquer Pink Bean, but they couldn't. And this is like just really a huge mess up by the development side. They released Pink Bean and Timeless Temple, and not even a year or two has passed, and then they released Big Bang. So, and there were and there were guilds back in the day in Korea that were just barely understanding Pink Bean and conquering Pink Bean, and then they hit with this giant update with Big Bang, and Pink Bean became everybody's punching bag. They just got thrown around, and they were able to conquer Pink Bean so much more easier. But the thing is, Pink Bean Pink Bean was not an easy raid boss by any means. It was super hard to conquer that boss, and even recognizing the patterns and the entry requirement for Pink Bean was so much that you would have to grind for weeks to collect all the stones and the entry passes for everybody in your guild, and to go attempt it and learn it, and just to get wiped in the first 2 minutes. I mean, it was a big deal to clear Pink Bean, and the developers should have gave the players a lot more time before releasing Big Bang, so people can have an actual experience conquering Pink Bean, because it was not unattainable. It was actually something that people did. Few guilds killed and mastered Pink Bean, and more guilds were coming out towards the end, but then Big Bang released, and then everything changed. So what I'm saying with this is that once Pink Bean comes out, Shadower skill of smokescreen, it's not gonna be, Pink Bean is gonna break all the normal understanding of what a raid is in Maplestory. It's going to, if they do it right, it's going to be so difficult and hard that having smokescreen on a shadower just so you can see Pink Bean for a little bit more, maybe 2 minutes more to see what he does and understand and learn and get that info, is going to be so valuable. So that's one thing about smokescreen. Now, when it comes to shadower, their identity, yes, they're flashy and cool, and she talks about Meso Explosion. I have a lot to say about Meso Explosion. I love shadowers, but I never agreed with the philosophy of Meso Explosion. I think if you're going to have Meso Explosion be useful, then you need the Meso Explosion to work together in conjunction with Pickpocket and make the damage a little bit more, like give a little bit of a damage boost. Because what happens right now is shadowers have this skill called pickpocket. When you hit enemies, the amount of times you hit that enemy, each time you hit that enemy, there's a probability of meso flying out, like 10 or 20 mesos, like those bronze little coins flying out from an enemy. And I always wondered what the developer's intent was with pickpocket. Like, do they want me to pick up those mesos, or am I supposed to use it with meso explosion? Like, what's the point? It really made no sense, because you would think it would work together with meso explosion. Mesos fly out when you use savage blow or boomerang step or whatever, and then you use meso explosion that's covering the platform to do a big AoE damage within that platform. But the damage is so underwhelming that you're almost better off not using meso explosion from the money that drops from pickpocket. So in order for meso explosion to stray away and leave this image of you have to drop 50,000 or 100, like millions of mesos just to do an inch of boss damage instantly, they need to make meso explosion a lot more stronger with lower quantity of mesos. So when I use savage blow and boomerang step while I'm grinding, like here, let's say I'm grinding here and this is my platform, I use savage blow, boomerang step, and these mesos drop everywhere. And when I use meso explosion, that damage, after you've accumulated some meso, that damage needs to be stronger and needs to be something that's worth locking myself in a meso explosion animation for like half a second. There's almost no need to lock myself in that animation right now. And meso explosion usually just gets ignored because of that reason. But it's such a cool concept. It's such a uniqueness that shadowers have. And if they can make that work where meso explosion doesn't need to do more damage at higher level mesos or higher level, but it does need, like, it needs to work off of pickpocket. And in order for that to happen, meso explosion damage needs to get a boost with lower drops of mesos. But aside from that, yes, Kidor is right in the sense that they're one of these classes that don't do the most damage. But that's not the point of Shadower. Shadowers are one of the most nimble and evasive characters in the game, more so than the Night Lord. Their whole identity and class philosophy is that they get iframes and they disappear in and out, and you're very quick getting behind an enemy using Assaulter. It's a high difficulty class, and it requires a lot of your attention and focus to maximize the character. And the whole identity of the character, like I said, is like a paladin. You're not supposed to. The class design and the class philosophy isn't for you to do the most damage on a Shadower. Your whole identity and class philosophy is that you're evasive, you're quick, you're flashy, and you also don't take hits. And you can solo grind just about anywhere. Not a lot of classes can do that. And Shadowers are one of my personal favorite for that reason, is that they have a huge class utility that I know is going to be used once Classic Maplestory comes out. For the initial first year and when the raids first come out, not everybody's going to be like level 150 going to Zac and wiping Zac like it's a punching bag. People are going to struggle at first when it first comes out, and I'm going to be there. I'm going to be one of those members. If I get a chance, if I get the opportunity to play Bandit, I'm going to be there to provide a little bit of an insurance for the party. And you would think, you would think Shadowers, that's all they're doing, is that they're just a one tool pony, one trick pony with a smokescreen. That's not true at all either, too. Because Shadowers are so evasive and their kit has so much like evasion incorporated into their skills, with fake, with dark sight, with just high level of evasiveness, and when you use boomerang step, you get an iframe, and when you use assaulter, you can almost teleport to a different platform, and it covers more ground than teleport. So if you can do it right, it's kind of like, think of League of Legends as Yasuo's. They're kind of like Yasuo's. They have a great party utility with Wind Wall, that can save the party, but they're also very nimble and quick, and they can adjust themselves in sticky situations. They have a lot of evasiveness with fake, and they just don't get hit. Really, Shadowers don't get hit. Night Lords don't have anything like that. They don't have an iframe. They really have to depend on mobility itself. But Bandits and Shadowers have mobility along with iframes, along with like it's not flash jump. It's quicker than flash jump. If you have a mob that you can assault her to, you can cover a lot of ground instantly. So it just takes a little bit more difficulty, but that's their class philosophy. So they're definitely not a D tier, and I think they kind of should be around A, if I'm being honest. They don't. Once you get to a certain level, once you learn Boomerang Step 20, you're gonna be a money-making machine, because you're stunning enemies as you're grinding. You can actually find decent party. I know a lot of Shadowers and Chief Bandits. Chief Bandits, I think they're those guys, and from level 70 to 120, and especially from 120 and up, Bandits have a lot of place that they can go to and shine. So I would give the Bandits probably a B and not so much a D. And at the end of the day, I keep saying this over and over, it really depends on what type of playstyle you're trying to go for when you're playing Classic Maplestory. If you want to be the highest damaging #1 DPS in a party setting and a raid setting, then yeah, you're gonna probably want to play Night Lords or Bowmaster, because seeing high damage seeing high damage coming from your character gives you a fulfillment and joy, and that's what you want to play. If you want to play mainly support and keep the party going in the background, then then an S tier is a bishop. If you want to solo grind and just quest, and at the same time be unique in a sense that nobody's really playing your class, then an S tier would be paladin. So all these tiers, really, if you subject them to a different metric, they can all be S tiers in their own way.
Spot for them.
So as we kind of wrap up this look back at Classic Maplestory balance or imbalance,
Yeah.
the simplest way to get your head around this tier list is just asking that basic question. Right?
Exactly. Who would you actually bring to your party? For grinding, for bossing.
Yeah.
The logic is super pragmatic. You look at those low tier classes, C and D, there was usually no compelling reason to pick them over the better options.
They just didn't offer enough.
Right. Meanwhile, the higher tiers, S and sometimes B, they were either highly beneficial or in some cases like Bishop or Dark Knight basically required.
Obligatory, yeah.
So it really forced players into specific party compositions.
And that kind of leads to the big difference listening out there. Whether you played back then or you're just hearing about this now.
Yeah, if you were redesigning Classic World knowing all this, what changes would you make? How would you balance these classes, especially the poor souls in C and D tier?
Did we miss anything? Any specific niche build for like a
Oh yeah, I
paladin or
think
shadower that maybe worked better?
that's about it, right? So that's the video. That's the video for the tier list that Kedor did, and you know, that's my reaction to it. I had fun doing it. I think she definitely knows what she's talking about, and you can tell she's played Classic Maplestory a lot in her time. But there's obviously things that we don't agree with. She seems like a person that's, well, I don't know if she did it for the sake of the video. I don't know, but at least in the video, she kind of gives me the vibe that she likes to maximize efficiency and and she likes the game to be damage centric and damage oriented. So, and that kind of doesn't, you know, it's kind of different from the way I look at Classic Maplestory. And at the fundamental level, like, what does it mean to enjoy Maplestory, I think would be the greatest difference between her and I when we look at Classic Maplestory. To me, I look at this as a game. I don't really like when people take the game too seriously, and most of the time that's happening here in KMS, where people are like going as far as suing people and creating a civil lawsuit because they're so, you know, they're so invested, I guess, in the wrong way. It's a video game at the end of the day, but people take it way too seriously. And I think that just comes with it, like side by side, when the game is as grindy as it is, people kind of tend to get sensitive about, let's say, a map dispute or talking about efficiency. Like yesterday, let's say I'm a 170 Night Lord and I got in a party, but this party I have a Shadower in the party instead of another Night Lord. And I got 2.5 XP in an hour the day before, and today I only got 2.4. You know, I'm just, people kind of, you know, cry about that stuff, how they want to maximize efficiency, and it's too big of a deal to them that they didn't get the 0.1% XP with the right composition than having someone who's like an Archmagian. And I want to say those people that exist, most of them, they just tend to be the loudest, so you recognize them more. But at least 80%, if not more, of the player base tend to be pretty civil and tend to be okay as long as it's not a big issue and big efficiency matter. I think going to a raid or like the most experience, it was eye-opening to me when I was doing a party quest or looty party quest here in KMS, and people will not invite you if you're a warrior and you're not above level 45. They will completely just say, oh no thank you, I don't want you in the party. And most of the time people want to form parties with people that are above level 40 just in general. Even if you're an assassin, bowman, magician, whatever it is, people will not take you if you're like level 35 and 36. And then, you know, it's just really unfortunate because you can clear the content at level 35, 36, 37. We all have when we were kids. But the issue with them is that you know, they want to do it efficiently, and that takes away just, you know, it's a hard thing to really talk about and balance. It takes away the uniqueness and identity and just the nostalgia trip and treating the game for what it is a game. And for me, I remember when I was playing my bandit, I was like level 48. And one time, I really don't like recruiting party members, especially with the VPN on. It's too much work, and while I'm streaming too. But I did it one time. I recruited people so I can go to Looty Party Quest. And I told people, just come. Like, if you're level 35, just come. I'll worry about Alishar as long as you know what you're doing, and you know, like whatever. We'll figure it out. Just come. And so many level 35s to 40s came to my channel and told me thank you for taking me with them. And I was like, man, we have come a long way where people that are perfectly suitable and within the range to go to the party quest have to thank me, a level 48 bandit, for taking them with them. And they're all being polite and stuff, and you know, they just want to make sure they stay on my good side, I guess, because, you know, just like me, they probably have that experience of being rejected because they're too low of a level. And it's just unfortunate because I cleared the party quest within 10 minutes, so maybe 2 minutes of difference. Had I taken like all level 45s with assassins, I cleared the party quest within like 10-12 minutes. And is it really that much of a big difference? It's just fun too when you take a lower level people and not everything is running as smooth as it should be. It gives you an opportunity to chat with people, ask them, and kind of like open dialogues, and people don't have to take it so seriously. It's just being hypersensitive and hyper focused on efficiency, and being hypersensitive about that ruins the experience, not only for you probably don't even realize it, but for other people too, obviously, because, you know, if you're being hypersensitive, you're just, and nobody is chatting, like everybody's on edge because nobody wants to make you mad and like upset you because we did something wrong or we're taking too long to do it. I had an experience where I was like level, what level was I? I think I was like level 38 bandit, and I went in a party because it was late night in Korea and they accepted me, and I was the last one. I went in a party and I'm doing the party quest, and there's a couple of stages where I could not complete. They sent me to, you know, in Ludi Party Quest, I think it's like stage 5 where you have to go kill those things that open their eyes in the dark. In some rooms, they have higher weapon defensive stats. So like you have to take a mage or a higher level person to go in there and do it. Well, everybody took the other rooms, and as a level 38 bandit, I went into one of the mage rooms. And I'm doing damage, but if you don't stagger those guys, if you don't do enough damage to stagger those guys, your damage will go in and he'll quickly close his eyes, and you have to wait. And then you can hit him one time and he closes his eyes again. So it was taking me longer than, I guess, the party leader wanted me to take. So I got some help, and we're going back up to the entryway of that stage. And the party leader goes, just do something right. You know, you're absolutely terrible. Just do something right for once. Just being completely out of pocket and rude, you know, and making me feel like crap in front of everybody. And you know, those type of experiences stick with the people that came and played with me, and they're like, you know, they're being super respectful and friendly. It's just those type of people are the one that ruin the experience, because for the like, it's a video game. It's a childlike video game. You don't need to take it that seriously. Why can't you just help each other out? You know, what's the huge rush? What's the, like, why do you have to, if you got nothing nice to say, just don't say anything. That's my thing. Some people are assholes and dickheads. And if that's the case, I just don't say anything. I just keep my mouth shut, and maybe I'll leave the party afterwards. But why do you have to make other people uncomfortable because the party isn't 2 minutes faster? Is it really that serious? And I get that some people have bad days, and, you know, like, people's lives can be really hard in the real life, but that doesn't mean you need to make those type of comments for players who you don't even know them in real life. They could be older than you. They could be a new player. Worse, they could be new, and you just left them a bad impression of how the community is, when it doesn't need to be that serious. Hey, which classes do you think will be more popular on new Classic Maple, and the least popular? What version of Maple is that? Would love to play it. This is the Korean KMS server Mapleland, and you probably can't play it because it's very stringent to get access. I think the most popular classes will still be the Night Lords. I think a lot of people will play Night Lords. One, because it's fun, and two, it does the most damage. And usually if it's fun and you're doing the most damage, people tend to flock to it. I think the least popular one will be the Priest. Yeah, I think it'll be the Priest, or maybe Paladins. Either Paladins or Priest will be the least popular, is my opinion, is my guess. I think a lot of new players are going to love the aesthetics of Bandits and Fire Poison Mage. I think Fire Poison Mage, although we think it's like a terrible class and nobody plays it, they have a solid fan base and solid player base that any game you play, I see more Fire Poison Mages than Paladins. That's a fact. Paladins I see the least. Even when I used to play GMS, that was the case. I would see bandits, I would see crossbowmen, but rarely did I see paladins. So if you walk around as a level 150 paladin server wide, I mean, you're gonna have so much aura walking around as a paladin. It's gonna be insane. And for some people, that's what they care about the most, is just aura farming. Am I gonna really level here? I don't even know how long I've been here. I feel like I've been here for a long time. Let's check. I've been here. Wow, 2 hours, guys. I'm almost done using my icicle. Do you agree avoidability for bowmasters and dragon knights? No. If you give avoidability is uniquely a shadower trait. I mean, I feel like you'll take away from the shadower if you give dragon knights and bowmans of avoidability. They don't need it. They have other party buffs and utility buffs that give them a sense of identity already. So no need to give them avoidability. I don't agree with that. You're taking away too much from the shadower. Shadowers, essentially, like their class philosophy is avoidability and nimbleness. And you take that away from a shadower, what does it really have? What does it really have, you know? Like when I play Dragon Knight and then I go play Shadower, you can feel it in the gameplay, the class design and philosophy that went in to creating these characters. And I've played both plenty of times to know that Dragon Knights are supposed to be heavy, hard hitting. They're more in your face, stable damage. Shadowers are more of nimble, evasive, a lot of iframes. You don't get hit. And when you do get hit, you don't take too much damage due to Meso Guard. They also wear a shield on default, which gives them more defensive stat than a Night Lord. Like the identity is so strong there, and to rob it of that, I just don't agree. 본캐를 용기사로 한 이유가 뭐냐? 원래 처음에는 용기사 할 생각이 없었어요. 저는 사수 아니면 뭐 크루세이더, 사수, 시프마스터 이렇게 생각하고 있었는데 친척 동생이 제발 그런 거 하지 말고 나중에 그런 거 해서 나중에 고생하지 말고 용기사를 키워라. 그래서 제가 그 말에 꼬드겨서 용기사를 키우고 있는데 약간 후회하고 있기는 해요. 이게 용기사가 아니라 다른 직업을 했으면 참 좋았을 텐데. Johnny, I thought you were also going to watch Kidor's suggestion video I told you about. I still think you have the same mindset as her. Yeah, I'll probably watch her video like other videos on other days. I just can't do 2 back to back because it actually takes a lot out of me with my throat and just the mental concentration that I have to put into to formulate my thoughts and speak on something that requires me to like basically do an analysis. So I'll probably do it in a few days, if not tomorrow. I have to edit that video too and probably upload it to YouTube. When it comes to Kidor, I mean, like I said, I think her takes are pretty solid. I agree with most of the things, but there's no need for me to say, there's no need for me to like really speak on something that I agree with her. Like I agree with 80% of the things that she says, but there's a few things that we don't see eye to eye on or that I just think differently about. And that's where I made the commentary, because there's no need for me to waste breath and say, oh yeah, I agree with that. Oh yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that too. She's right on that. You can definitely tell Kidor has played a lot of Classic Maplestory and she has love for it too. And, you know, it'll be cool to see. It'll be cool to see her in Classic Maplestory when it comes out. I wonder what she's going to play. A lot of times you can kind of tell what a person prioritizes in the game, like what their definition of fun is, depending on the champion or the character that they pick, right? I used all potions. Wow, man. Can't believe I've been there for this long. I think this is just NPC. Let me see if there's a market for this. I don't think so. Maybe Corsair? What about a Corsair? $32.31.15. Oh yeah, this is just regular option, like a standard. It's nothing crazy. I don't think there's gonna be any market for this. Yeah, there isn't. Oh, she plays Corsair. Corsair. Well, that's if parts are released, right? Right away. If pirates are released right away, then maybe she will. I don't know. I think Corsairs are extremely fun too. I really enjoy when I played Corsairs. I really enjoyed their playstyle of like putting down the squids to aid you in the fight. I thought that was really fun. God, I have to give this to. I have to donate my stuff to him. But when you donate the items that you pick up from the monsters around Leafray, the chief here will sell you the magical seeds at a discount. I have 1,522. Holy crap, dude. I was farming. So let's see how much he'll sell me the seeds for now. Last time I checked, it was 18,000. And he's still selling it for me for 18,000. What's going on? I just gifted so much crap. I donated so much. And it's still the same. What is that? Pretty whack. Oh, let me send this off to my guild. I told her once I get 100 power elixirs that I'll send it to her. Damn, she's level 161 now. 다크래시털 뭉치 메렌에서 개당 500원에 판다고요? 왜 이렇게 비싸지? 엄청 비싸네요. Give me a second, I'll be right back. 아크레시의 뭉치를 가져가면 망토 주문서를 주는 퀘스트가 있다. 와, 그래도 여기서 지금 업을 할 것 같기는 한데 아크레시에서 업을 하네. It's crazy that I'm probably gonna level here from the rashes. like I can't even talk. Gotta keep popping these halls. But yeah, it's like I'm not supposed to be here at all, but they're really good at. They're a great place to farm meso. But I'm just shocked that I came here at like, I believe 93% or something like that. And I've been able to raise essentially 6% in a little over 2 hours. What I'm sad about is that I didn't get any steelies or scrolls since I've been here. A little sad. If you think about it, the event that they're gonna hold in California is really just about a week away, really. I didn't think, man, time is just flying by. It's already January 6th. You know, January 15th is almost, it's like right there. I'm new to Maplestory, but know it since 2000s. Would love to play as a bishop once Classic comes out. Oh, you're gonna... I hope you really enjoy Maplestory. I hope the developers do the game right so you can get the full experience that everybody talks about. Sounds like you play OSRS, or it looks like, just judging from your name. So you're gonna be okay with the concept of the game being grindy. So hopefully you make it to 120 and, you know, I'll see you in the game. Bishop is a great choice for a beginner. It's a great class to start out and to learn the game. You're really like, you know, throwing yourself in there because bishops are one of the classes that like, yes, they're simple and they're easy, but they also have a lot of responsibilities and you have to really be involved. You're not like a Dragon Knight or a Dark Knight. You kind of need to know what's going on along with the raid leader if you get to that point, right? And even in party quests, your role as a bishop, as a support class, you're gonna want to know what the bosses do, like what kind of, like maybe their wind up animation to put in a certain curse and you can dispel it, you know it's coming, or they're about to do a big jump attack and you can like prepare yourself for that and heal everybody up. So you're gonna be like a caring mother in the background that doesn't get the spotlight, but everybody will want you. You're gonna feel very needed. What made you want to play Bishop? You just like playing support? Oh, I see. Well, the game is very relaxing. So if you're looking for an escape from all the, you know, the desperate neon lights and the desperate click here for a daily and a weekly, if you're looking for an escape and you just want to like listen to music and grind in a beautiful game with beautiful music, then this game is perfect for that. It really is. And you know, I really hope when they come out with Classic that they don't have any like battle passes or dailies and weeklies. Man, please, for the love of God, please let them not try to monetize the game in that direction. If they have to do it, please let it happen like after a few months where everybody can kind of get a taste of what old school Maplestory is like. This is the perfect example, you know, Maple Land right here, the game that I'm playing. This should be their bread and butter when they try to emulate old school Maplestory. And they're doing a really good job, honestly. And I just worry because North America and Nexon, the company that's being ran on NA, they're very money hungry people, and they're very blatantly like going for your wallet in modern Maplestory and all the other games that they release. I actually don't know how Kazan is, the Berserk, the new Nexon game. I've seen people play it, but I've heard that like I heard the gameplay is good, but you need to pay some money to play the game. And when it comes to like Mabinogi, for example, that game is a beautiful game. It's very unique, it's fun to play, but you have to spend money most of the time, either for quality of life or just to get stronger. Like if you want to play at endgame level, you have to spend money. And that's the downfall of Nexon. That's the downside of Nexon. They try to monetize everything and make progression in conjunction with how much money you're willing to spend, or you have to spend ridiculous amount of hours, which makes like it's just incomprehensible how much time you have to invest to match that of people actually spending money in the game. And hopefully they don't bring that element into Classic Maplestory and ruin it for people, for new people that are playing. I would hate for new players that gave Maplestory a chance just for them to get slapped with weeklies, dailies, battle passes, and gachas and cubing. And I'm like, no, it's not supposed to be that way. It's not that at all, you know. What a waste. What a waste when you have so much hype and so much attention right now going into Classic Maplestory that even people that never played the game are willing to give it a try just for them to release a quick money grab scheme that feels like a mobile game. Nobody wants that anymore, you know. Like people that play MMOs all their life in their young teens, younger ages, in their teenage years, in their 20s, and now a lot of the people that are wanting to play Maplestory and waiting for Maplestory Classic are in their 30s and in their 40s. And we know, you know, like we are the demographic of people who've experienced shit games, shit MMOs that gets released, and it's all just a money grab scheme. There's no element of socializing. There's no element of community in the game. It's just you see other people running around in the game, but there's no really any real reason for you to cooperate or play together with them. They're just there. They might as well be an NPC. So, and Maplestory, the old school Maplestory, is not that. It's community and socializing first. It's like an online hub of players that get together and, you know, communicate and have fun. It's that first, then it's the gameplay second, which makes it for a great social MMO game that does not exist right now in the current MMO market, unfortunately. So they have a big shot here. It's a big opportunity for them to win over a lot of people. Like even in RuneScape, right? Like I've played RuneScape and I got disappointed because yes, you see other people running around and yes, all this stuff, but it's so hard to communicate with people. A lot of people just ignore you. Like when I type here in Maplestory, the chat box appears on top of my head and it's really easy to see. And if someone was walking by me, they would see that I'm chatting. But in RuneScape, it's hard for that to see because one, people usually do play extremely zoomed out and they're focused on whatever they're doing. They're consumed into like either like going to the next map or doing a raid or like grinding or whatever, that you have to take an extra measure of effort to get people to like focus on each other and chat. And from my experience in OSRS, I saw a lot of people running around and playing, but I've always played the game alone. I was always alone. I never played with anybody. And from what I hear is that that's the charm of the game, I guess. It's like an MMO, but a solo playing experience. And when you get to higher level, you start doing dungeons and raids with other people if you want to. But it looks like a lot of people just maximize solo, doing everything alone. So they don't even go as a group. If they can do it alone, they'd rather just do it alone and take a lot of food and potions and whatnot, and they're like weapon swapping and all that. So I just don't think it's a good example of what an MMO is. I know it's a good game, but it's not an MMO. OSRS is an MMO, but barely people talk and people are super focused on skilling achievement. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about, is that people are just doing their thing in OSRS, whereas in Maplestory you're more communicating because the things that you have to do is very simple. Like even a party quest, you could take a kid and a kid could figure out the puzzles in the party quest. It's just you're going through the motion with people. It's nothing demanding of your attention or stressful. It's very relaxing, and you're doing it together with 6 people, so it feels like you're hanging out with other people that you just met online, and you get thrown into this puzzle together that you guys do, and you guys get like cool rewards, kill bosses together, and within that people get bored, so they start talking about, hey, what's your favorite yogurt? Hey, what's everybody's hot weekend plans and stuff like that. Just little conversations spark up all the time as I play this game. And I'm sure that'll be the case in Classic Maplestory too. And Classic Maplestory and Maplestory in general has this huge advantage where, you know, in OSRS you're very limited in how much you can design and dress up your character. And it's usually like if you wear mithril armor or dragon armor or whatever it is, that's it. It's like very limited on the customization aspect of a character. But in Maplestory, there's so much to the customization aspect, and the clear is very clearly visible, whereas in OSRS things are a lot more pixelated and things are a lot more sandboxy. It just feels outdated, the graphic. And although these two games, RuneScape and Maplestory, came out around the general same time frame, the amount of attention to detail that went into Maplestory by far blows out OSRS out the water. I mean, every character and class has their unique armor set that you can wear that makes you feel like the class that makes you feel like you're playing the class that you're playing. Like it just, you have so much more variability and flexibility to character customization that if you wanted to just wear the class set armor, you're gonna look cool that way too. Or you can just throw some aesthetically, like pay $5 to $10, and a lot of people do this, and dress your character as, like, I don't know, Naruto or whatever, or like you want him to dress up as a hipster or a bum or a beach bum. There's so much personality that bleeds out with people that that customize their character in a way that they see fit, and you can tell, okay, this dude obviously he's into hip-hop. Okay, he wants his character to be dressed up as a bum or a clown or whatever, a ghost, and OSRS can't match that. Oh man, I thought I got something good. Dang, I got a overall defense scroll for 10%. If this was like this could have been a earring for luck or something. It would have made me a lot of money. And then it looks like this is subpar, so it's gonna get NPC'd. Maplestory's aesthetics and clothes remind me a lot of Gaia Online. I've heard about that. I've heard about Gaia Online. You know, it's one of those things, I definitely have nostalgia and sentimental value attached to the game. So the way I look at the game, if you look at the game through my lens, it's going to be a little bit of sugar coating, and it's going to be some like honey glazing going on, because obviously I have great memories with the game. But from a new player's perspective, they might not really see the way I do. But I think once people give the game a try, they'll understand what I mean, especially when they get into a party setting with other people. You can easily distinguish. Let's say you all started like you and your buddies started Maplestory Classic, right? You got George, you got Raul, you got Juan, you got Thomas, and you guys are all playing this game. You're gonna be able to tell who's who almost immediately, like right away. There's no confusion. Whereas if you play RuneScape, everybody's gonna start out with bronze armor and the same type of helm and the axe. It's kind of hard to tell unless you look at their name who's who. That's not the case in Maplestory. This character design of having a huge head, there's a lot of customization that get into the character's head. One, their helm, their hairstyle, their eyes, and their skin tone. All of these things in the beginning level, because of the character design of having a big head, it really molds people into their unique identity. And you can quickly, you don't even need to look at their name. You can just look at your friend Thomas and be like, okay, he had this type of haircut with this type of skin tone, and obviously he's a mage, so he's wearing a staff. That's Thomas right away. It's so easy and simple to see, and it really works well with the idea that this is a social game, because everybody who's playing the game has a unique like character that matches with their personality, or you can put a face to the name very easily in this game. And for it being a social game, that works really well because you feel like you're actually talking to an individual that you can identify easily. Let's have some peace and serenity with some beautiful music. Because I've been talking my butt off for how long? Like 4 hours now. Kind of impressive how much I can talk while being sick. Any prediction on what will be available on launch? I have a feeling that it'll be available up to second job advancement and just the Victoria Island with the new continent that's coming out. That I forgot, it's like a Shadow Elinia or something like that. Some of my viewers know the name. The new continent that they showcased already with like mushrooms having moss on their head, and it's supposed to be an expansion of the storyline of Manji is my understanding. So I think those maps will come out in the beginning, and then they'll slowly roll out Orbis, Elnath, Sakum, Ludi, Papalatus, all that as time goes on. Forgotten Hollow. There it is right there. I keep forgetting that name. Forgotten Hollow. Level up. Nice. Level 112, boys. 8 more to go for me. Seems so far away, yet so close. Or is it, do they usually say that oppositely? It seems so close, yet so far away. I wonder how long they will wait to introduce the third job. I don't think they will wait too long. Maybe 6 months? The longest? Third job is so iconic for most jobs that I feel like they need to release it pretty quickly. Yeah, so the way it happened with Maple Land, right? Let's look at Maple Land as an example. This game is about 2 years old now. When it first came out, it came out with second job advancement and only up to the dungeon, the Sleepywood. So Victoria Island, that's it. So level 60, 70, 80 level players who did not have a second job or third job advancement would train and farm at Cold Eyes for the longest time. And then they came out with Elnath and third job advancement, because with the introduction of Orbis and Elnath is where you go to get your third job advancement. And all of that happened relatively quickly. So most people were stuck at like 60, 70, and then there's a guy that I watched for a little bit on YouTube. He's a YouTuber, and he played Maple Land around that time, and he played a spearman. So he was a level 80 spearman when he first, and when he became a Dragon Knight, when they released the third job advancement. You know, they were able to catch him up, give him all his AP ability points, all that. But that's how it went in Maple Land. I think it took about like 6 months for the third job advancement to come out. I'm making money today. Oh, I got weapon attack band-aid. Thank you for the... Thank you, I got 8 more levels to go. It just feels pretty repetitive now, like nothing new, nothing exciting happens anymore every time I level. Same thing, put some points into strength, and then upgrade skills that I don't use as much. I mean, I do use the Thrasher. I use this pretty often now because it has significant amount of points in it and it does good damage. But still, my main source of damage is still Dragon Buster or Spear Buster. One second. Hello? Hey, I'm back. Hi Johnny, hope you feel better. Shields are useless. Shields, when Maplestory first comes out, I don't think it'll be that useless because there's not gonna be enough time that people had spent time on to, like, Meso is gonna be pretty rare for the first few months until the game stabilizes. Like, a lot of things like steelies are gonna be really expensive to buy. Like even potions are gonna be unbearable for most people to purchase. I mean, it's gonna be fresh, right? So if you can put on a shield and reduce the damage you take, thus reducing the potions you use, that's a big win. Let's see. As a min-max Night Lord at launch, low dex or normal dex for early game with AP reset in the future. No maple weapon early, what would you do? So if I'm going to... I think your best bet in the beginning, because everything's going to be so expensive, is to not min-max a Night Lord and just play it how you would normally play. If you're asking me, I wouldn't do it, right? But if I had to do it, I would do low dex early and then try to adjust my dex, like decide if I'm going to level dex or not depending on how much I can compensate the dex with my items, and still doesn't hinder me from going into the training grounds that I need to be at that level. Lahim, I think in Artel a lot of people played around the Meba early game in for a while. Yeah, so if you want to do no dex assassin, one, you have to remember it's going to be a fresh server. It's going to cost you a lot of money to run that build. But if you wanted to do it, you can use Meba for a long time until, you know, maybe you can. I still don't recommend it because Zakum isn't going to be released on release date, and Zakum Helm gives you so much stat boost that if you're running any type of character that basically sacrifices its secondary stat and you instead put points into your primary stats for damage, you need a way to accommodate your secondary stat with other items, and most of the time that's Zakum Helm. But if you don't have Zakum Helm, you know, it's gonna be pointless in a way, because you'll probably still do less damage to someone who's wearing an adequate claw and they're level 50 or 60, you know. So I would just kind of think about that and see if Classic Maplestory can even support you playing a dexless build right away. You might not be able to. You might have to conform and play like how everybody plays, just because there isn't going to be enough meso in the game and not enough scrolls and items in the game on a fresh server to sustain you playing dexless. But they also might be changing their dex requirement for gears, which might change things. We'll have to see if any of those changes get implemented. Yeah, if you wanted to do it, AP reset is going to be the way. And then min-max towards the end game. Yep. If you wanted to do it, yep, that's the way to do it. Are you guys all looking forward to playing Night Lord? Is that what's going on here? I know there's some couple of Bishop players from my viewers that want to play Bishop. Somebody said they want to play a Shadower, which is really cool. I will say, if you're looking to play Night Lord, I know you're itching to use Flash Jump and use Lucky 7 with Shadow Partner and hit them for 4 times. And, you know, just thinking about it brings, like, releases endorphins in the brain, doesn't it? I will say Night Lords are... like, they're really fun to play. I gotta admit, you know, as much as I'm not a Night Lord Andy and Night Lord fanboy or anything like that, I have to admit they are very fun to play. I'm debating between Night Lord and Shadower still. Yeah. You gotta just play what you think is fun, man. The goal isn't to really think about 4th job advancement and anything like that. The goal is to create a character around something that you think is fun, even in the 1st or 2nd or 3rd job advancement. Something that'll get you towards the 4th job advancement, which is long journey, my friends. If the experience rates stay the same and the Hollow Forest, or whatever, what was it called? The Forgotten Hollow doesn't have crazy experience and you know, like crazy maps with essentially like breaking the... if it doesn't have game breaking elements to the map and it stays relatively same as, like, let's say other maps in Victoria Island with the EXP rate and drop rate and monster respawn rate, then it's gonna be a long journey to level 120. So you have to play something that you think would be enjoyable. Also considering starting with Cleric to help fund. A lot of people will probably do that too. They'll probably play a Cleric because it's a money-making machine all throughout its levels. Maybe the most difficult part would be like the first 40 levels until you max heal. But once you max heal and you get MP Eater some levels, you're gonna be, you know, you're gonna be using no potions essentially. Did you guys like my content of like reacting to other videos and giving my input on it? How was that? Like me doing it on stream with the YouTube video pulled up and kind of just going over what other people's analysis or whatever, like other videos, and just reacting and commenting on it. Did you guys like that? Was that a good content that I should consider doing more, or should I just ramble by myself without any type of I guess any type of other outlet to consume while I'm doing it? I can do both, but I feel like it was easier when I had a video playing and use it as a reference and talk around it and kind of just share my input on it. You enjoyed it a lot? Okay, that's good. That's one person. Better than none. I do want to do more of that. I think it's kind kind of fun. It makes it easier for me to pick a topic to really talk about and hone in on. Just talking off the fly by myself for hours, I feel like I sound like a broken record sometimes, and I say things that I've already said in the past. And to mitigate that, it's easier if I have some video playing and I can comment off of it and give my opinion on it. Maybe when Maplestory Classic new trailer comes out, I can watch it together and do an initial like reaction or something, you know, on stream. That would be fun. I think it was interesting to hear you debate with it. Helps provide talking points naturally. Yeah, I agree. It's just natural because I have one another, like I say another person, but it's a video and they're giving their input. I just hope I wasn't too combative. I didn't mean to. It's just when I hear things that I agree with, I'm usually okay, yep, that's right. Then yep. But then when I hear something that I disagree with, or when I hear something that I feel like I can make a comment on, then that's when I like pause the video, start talking about it, you know? I wish I could like 100% of the time one-shot these guys. It would make farming so much easier for me. But I'm just not strong enough, man. My damage is inadequate. Insufficient. It's very sad. Night Lord isn't a choice for me. It's muscle memory. Nerfs, buffs, doesn't matter. Night Lord gameplay is the reason why I play Classic. You know, I think that's all you need. That's all the reason you need. If you have fun with that class, at the end of the day, it's a video game and you have to enjoy the game, especially in a game like Maplestory where grind is so real. So if you play something that doesn't resonate with you, you're gonna quit. You're gonna play something else. What did I react to? It's gonna go up on my YouTube hopefully within the next few days, but I reacted to a YouTube creator. Her name's Kedor, and she basically went through all the classes in Classic Maplestory and gave him a tier, and I just gave my little commentary on that. 안녕하십니까 이슬님. 오늘은 그냥 파밍하고 있습니다. 사냥하기도 귀찮고 파티 들어가서 사냥하기도 귀찮고 해서 오늘은 잠깐 돈 벌 겸 지금 한 3시간 정도 털 복숭이를 잡고 있는데 크래쉬를 여기서 조금 있으면 마칠 생각이에요. 장비템은 많이 먹었는데 주문서는 이제 하이 방어력 10% 하나. 많이 아쉽죠? 얘네들이 귀민인가? 귀행인가? 귀 장식에 주문서를 주는데 10%짜리 처음 보고 굉장히 흥분했는데 먹고 나니까 하이 방어력 10%라는 게 좀 아쉽긴 했죠. 그래도 몇십만원 정도 하니까 좋은 것 같아요. 불평할 필요는 없다. 네, 조금 있으면 방송해야죠. 이제 거의 5시간 다 해가는데. Good morning, good morning. Is this our tale? No, this is Mapleland on KMS, Korean Maplestory server. People love those Maplestory tier list content. Oh yeah, they do. part of it is they just want to be affirmed that their class is OP. I can see the charm in that, but you know, people want to know, is the Night Lord S tier? Is the Bowmaster S tier? I want to know, like, and I think people just love content regarding circling around Classic Maplestory right now. There's a lot of interest and hype in the air for people that are waiting for Classic Maplestory to drop. So those type of videos, and even my videos when I go live, a lot of people come in and they want to talk about Classic Maplestory. So there's a lot of hype. A lot of people are waiting. They're on that wait list, baby. Maybe tomorrow I can play my bandit on stream and go farm and level my bandit instead. I'll do the same thing where I'll play for a little bit, communicate with you guys, and like talk about Classic Maplestory and other things, other topics, whatever that I want to talk about. And then towards the end of the day, maybe I'll pull up another Kedor video or another person's like well-made video on Maplestory. And then we can watch it together and I'll give my little input and commentary. And then, you know, while I'm doing that, you guys will have a change of scene as well as gameplay, change of scenery and change gameplay when I play the bandit. And I am so sure there's so many people from Golden Era who still don't know about Classic, would love some bandit content. Yeah, that'd be fun, right? Use some Savage Blow on some wolves. But it'd be cool to watch. It'd be cool to take you guys to Elnath and do some grinding there. I have so much things that I have to do, guys. Like, when I have to edit a lot of videos, I've been kind of slacking. I want to upload my content from today, reacting to the video to Kedor. And then I also want to upload the video from yesterday where I talked about the significance and the significance of Zakhelm, pros and cons, right? Like, it's definitely a good thing, but I talked about how it eats up too much real estate on customization, and it takes away the beautiful art style and the illustration and the design of the helms for most classes in the late game. Kedor got pretty good view for what the game was and should become in my opinion. Most content creators just push the developers or lame quality of life changes to make all classes the same. Yeah, no, I think Kedor had really good, solid takes. There's a couple of things that I think just due to the framework and the metric being used to give classes their tier, there was some like misalignment there with what I think, but that happens naturally when you do content like tiering each classes and what tier is that class, what tier is this class. People are not going to always agree, right? And it's because there's so many metrics that you need to incorporate to make it fair, and at that point it becomes too over convoluted with so many metrics that it's hard to even give a class its tier, especially in a game like Maplestory where it's not just a hack and slash. This game isn't just about mobbing and boss raiding, it's also about having fun, and fun is a subjective element. You can't really give an objective grading to something that you identify fun for yourself and other people don't. Classic example, Fire Poison Mage. People play Fire Poison Mage and think it's fun. Why? I don't know. But they do. Some people do. Some people like being alone and they like being unique and they like standing out. And to them, that's fun. They like being alone and, you know, throwing down poison mist and putting dots all on everybody and, you know, different elements of fun. It just perfectly emulates society. People have different understanding of fun, what fun is. It's not always about damage. And there's content that I made previously. It's on YouTube. I think it's the controversial like Fire Poison Mage, and my thoughts on Fire Poison Mage is that you know, people play Fire Poison Mage because it sucks, and they want to be assholes when they play Fire Poison Mage. There's this culture in KMS here in Mapleland. Fire Poison Mages will get to a high level and they'll demand money from other high level players so they don't leech off of them. If they don't, what I mean by that is Fire Poison Mage will say, give me 1 mil meso now and I'll leave you alone. Or you don't pay and you stick to your ego and you think you're big and bad. All I'm going to do is spray poison mist all over your map and AFK and eat my lunch. And I'm essentially just gonna leech off of you. And you know, people play Fire Poison Mage for that reason. So, and to them that's fun. You know, just like in real life how you have assholes and bullies who won't leave you alone. The same way. And honestly, I think it's better to have that. It shows an element of humanness in a game, and you know, like, we don't want to really be in a world where everything's perfect, do we? Like, especially so in a game where everything is balanced, everything is vanilla, there's no class identity, every class does the same thing because, you know, people complain that, I don't know, Fire Poison Mages aren't viable for bosses or they're not viable for party content. Then don't play that class. Someone else will. Someone else will play Fire Poison Mage for you. And guess what? They'll enjoy playing it. So just play what you resonate with, what you have fun with, and everything else. We like to framework all of our conversations with things having to be meta or things having to be efficient or viable. At the end of the day, when you get to level 120 plus and you're in a guild with like-minded people, they're going to invite you to go to bosses. They're going to invite you to come grind with them. You know, it doesn't have to always have to be super efficient and hyper efficient. That's a type of play style that doesn't need to be the main framework to like give an opinion on stuff. Some people want to just play the game and relax, and other like-minded people just want to have another body next to me. Like right now, as I'm killing these rashes, I don't want to, I don't care if somebody comes in and party grinds with me. Honestly, I would invite them because I'm not here to get the most amount of XP or trying to be efficient. I'm just here really just existing and farming. So if someone came up there and wanted to have the same type of mindset as they're watching Netflix or as they're watching YouTube, or they're just watching my stream and they just want to coexist in the same space together with another human, it's the perfect game to enjoy. This game was never meant for you to chase hyper efficiency and all that. Like, people, of course, it's human nature, so people will do what people do, but there's going to be people that don't care about that thing. They don't care that they're playing a Night Lord and they feel devastated because they're not throwing Ilbies, like 10 packs of LBs. They're gonna have like 7 packs of Steelies and 3 packs of Ilbies, and they'll be just fine. Is it the most efficient? No, but you know, people are gonna make out of what they got, and I think that we have to adopt that into our everyday experience with Maplestory if we want to enjoy the game. We can't let other people tell us what tier our classes are. If you think that class is cool and it resonates with you, just play that class. It's really simple as that, because when it's number one challenge is getting to the high level. And then once you get to high level, everything else just kind of follows. You'll get invited, you'll find people that you resonate with, and they'll ask you to come to Zakum with you because they can't find the 12th person in their party to go. So they want to just take you, a fire poison mage, because you can throw down poison mist and you're useful one way or another. Maybe you're not the most optimal, but you're still useful. You're better than nothing. So don't get so hung up on what class is the most. Don't play this class because in fourth class advancement, you know, nobody's gonna want to party with you. You'll be fine. Like, if you enjoy that class, you'll enjoy it more when its 4th job advancement comes. Damn, kind of unlucky I didn't get any steelies this run. I've been here for, let's see, let's take a quick look. I did like 2.5 hours earlier. And this time I stayed for another hour, so like 3.5 hours. A lot of equipment that I don't need, and a scroll, a overall defense 10% scroll. Pretty trash, right? And then I got a couple of these items that I just need to sell off. Oh, look at this. Maybe I can wear the shield. Look how cool that looks. Now my gear. Oh, that's so badass, dude. You can kind of... I wish there was a longer platform. Hold on. Like, the shield goes really well. I think this is a level 70 shield. The level 70 shield being worn with a level 80 overall for a warrior. Now my what is it? My weapon here looks like crap, so just kind of... It's the broken Gladius. The old Gladius you get from Manji's quest. I just kept onto it. I just held onto it, but it looks like crap. See if there's another sword. I have this, like, broom, which looks pretty crappy for a sword. I wish I had a cool sword that I can wear. I think this is gonna have to do. But the shield itself goes well with the color scheme of what I'm already wearing, right? It looks pretty cool. The red, the accent on the red. Now the little blue marble at the bottom is kind of just there. If that was yellow or gold, like the rest of my armor set with the gloves and everything, it would be so cool. I think it would look really cool. And I wish there was a way I can show you guys a level 80 or 90 or 100 helm for a warrior to show the full set. It looks sick. You know, they put a lot of work into for a class set, and I think that's what one of the things I'm really excited about Classic Maplestory is that in the beginning, when Zakum Helm isn't released, we get to see each class and its full identity with the class armor sets, and people actually wear the 50 armor sets, including the helmet, because the helmet is the most important part. You know, it takes up the most space, most pixels. It's like so big. All these characters have such big heads, and if everybody's wearing a Zakum helm, then you just kind of like take away from the being able to fully enjoy what the artists and the designers put into. And they're very good, like class set items. When you actually dress your character in a full head to toe, from helmet to shoes and including the gloves, you can tell they're like they're very cool. I like it. I can't take it off. Nice. Oh, only 3 though. That's weapon attack 3. And I have 3 more chances to upgrade this. Isn't too bad. This one has weapon attack 6, strength 1. These are like little events that are going on right now in the game. During the Christmas event, they gave players these the little Rudolph nose that you can scroll with the items you get during the event. It's pretty cool. It like enhances the gameplay while you're just farming or grinding. It's like essentially a free cubing system or free gacha system. And you know, as long as it doesn't take any money, I'm fine with it and it's free. But I just don't like it when they turn into a money grabbing scheme. Damn, 305,000 mesos for this. A level 70 claw for a thief. They have the green one and the black one, but I think the green one's like the least popular because it gives dex instead of luck. But I mean, that one's just going into NPC. And then I have to sell the shield too. We don't need the shield, so we'll do that. Sell off the shield for 210,000. Awesome. Yeah, that's about it. I guess I'll go donate and do that once I get off the stream. But anyways, thank you guys for tuning in today. I had really great time. I had fun talking about Classic Maplestory, and you can definitely tell I have passion and I have love for the game. We'll see. We'll see how Classic comes out. It's like right around the corner. You know, here in about a week or two, we're gonna know more information and hopefully some like information on release date. Super hyped about that. And if there's any trailer that comes out, I'll make sure to watch it on stream so we can enjoy it together, or you guys can get my original reaction to any new trailers or videos. But anyway, I'll be on tomorrow from 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to around this time. I stream every day except for Sunday from 9 a.m. to like 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So on schedule, I'll be here tomorrow with you guys and continue my rambling sessions. All right, guys, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Everybody have a great day and great night, and take care. Bye bye.